Hello, and welcome to the 2021 Mega Corazón Poetry Marathon, streaming from the studios of URBAN-15 in San Antonio, Texas. I wish you were here as part of a live studio audience today, where you could participate by shouting out words of support, heckling, and just participating in the power of a live performance poetry event. But it can't happen this year. It didn't happen last year. Maybe next year we can be together once more. But even with the distance and separation of space and time, you will be excited and animated by the sheer power of these 18 poets as you're sitting in the safety of your home. This year's marathon includes many of the poets you have come to enjoy through the years. Anthony the Poet, Carmen Tafoya, Ron Baez, Eduardo Garza, Eddie Vega, and Amalia Ortiz, plus many, many more. 8 years ago, we began sharing the legacy of spoken word art from San Antonio with a worldwide audience via streaming and social media. Today, it's the new normal. Something new. This year, author, playwright, and poet Greg Barrios established the Precious Words Prize for Performance Poetry. This is a cash award that will be given to the Mega Corazón poet that you, the on-stream, online audience, will select. You can cast your vote for your favorite poet at the URBAN-15 website. That's urban15.org/livestream. Hey, let's celebrate National Poetry Month with Mega Corazón. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
Hello, I'm Amanda Flores, and here's something I wrote. Do you think that we just write a poem? That we just gather our supplies, pen, paper, write, and then it's 5? Happy hour, snag a seat, order something cold to think, head home, preheat the oven, set the poem out to thaw? Do you reckon, after hearing of the hardships at hand, our office supplies are waiting to work miracles while we sleep? Like birds and mice who tailor ball gowns through the night, our tape conspires with our paper clips, if only to help us hold it together. The little cobbler elves visit the scratch-outs buried in my notebooks and reupholster them by morning. And no, my poem doesn't wake up like this. You say we must have been born with them, these poems, like it was inside us all along, like I didn't just find out how many light bulbs it takes to change this poem, like I didn't take 5 too many visits to sour pastimes to conjure up the sentiment in stanza 6. Shucks. You think I was born with this poem? That it came in tow with these genes? Well, thank you, but this poem is not my father's nose or my mother's chin. Though this poem may be their English degrees, and mine. Still, this poem's not innate, not a birthmark nor a mole. You think these poems came beneath a pillow after the last of my baby poems fell out? That my syntax and diction are a direct result of my being a cavity-free kid? Well, perhaps. But now my permanent poems are coming in, and is it supposed to hurt this much? Do you think that I just make a poem, that we just bake 'em up, that I toss on my apron, gather my ingredients and freshly printed recipe, and follow along with my favorite chef on Food Network while my notebooks preheat to 451? No, man. And truth be bold, and it is. I don't know what size party this can feed. I have no idea how many this poem will serve. But who is truth to keep me from still trying to dish it? Recipes, I make this poem from whatever I have in my pantry, most of which is expired. 15 life hacks for making poems, not Pinterested. I go on some of this, a pinch of that, and un poquito whatever that is, because that's the closest thing to a recipe grammar ever gave me for making poems. Poem. Perhaps, you say, I simply called and there the poem came. The poem who cried canine, catchy, but a courting all too tame. Roses will be roses, but this detail's germane. You cannot call a thing to come that doesn't have a name. But a poet, well, A poet is a poet by any other blame. We are servants of verse, the ring bearers of rhythm. We're prolific producers of the profound, aka if you're lost, pretend till you're profound. We're honest, clever captains of the colloquial, engineers of eloquence. We are straight up sidewalk historians, y'all. We are composers of the calm. Not! We are the loud in volume and sometimes without a sound. We're the jukeboxes of our own destinies, the clowns of intellect, dukes of double entendre, commanders of creative cacophony, and I know what you're thinking. How many lyrical licks does it take to make the poetic center of lyrical happenstance pop? And I could tell you, but then I'd have to bill you. We're humanitarians. We are the meticulous tailors of talk who frequently take the analogy too far, and there is a reason you cannot find the mute button. Hey, happy National Poetry Month. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo.
This next poem is dedicated to my wife, Jessica Zertuche. This poem is actually describing the first time I said I love you to her. I said I love you. And it was the first time I'm ever saying this to you. Before this, we were kids with no expectations, but now I have opened Pandora's box. I said the incantation, summoned the courage, and now I am at the mercy of your reaction. I said it. And I looked at you. And before you speak, your silence is heavy, dense like the other sides of black holes. Before you speak, souls that have been astral traveling scramble desperately to find bodies like a crowded audience of people taking their seats. Before you speak, your energy booming like EMPs, causing whole cities in my psyche to lose power, shapeshifter of linear time, causing milliseconds to feel like hours. Before you speak, the sarcophagus in my esophagus is unwrapping ancient corpses surrounded by treasure. Your smile, my arc to save me from the flood. My paper heart origami folds itself and flutters in my chest, hoping you check the box that says yes, like notes from classrooms, the ones the teachers always caught us passing. But this is not a date that I am asking for. I said it, and it spilled out of me. As if I was too full to contain myself, now I am suspended in the purgatory of the anticipation of your reciprocation, because I am no psychic, but your pupils resemble crystal balls and I can see my future in them. I have never been more certain that I am falling, more like skydiving for you, trusting that the next phrase you say will parachute my existence, saving me from the impending doom of a life without you. Before you speak, I hear all the gears of my destiny shift. Before you speak, I brace myself for the possibility theory. It's scary being this open, this exposed. Second guessing starts putting its 2 cents in, but it's too late to ever take it back, and no journey began for anyone afraid to take the first step. Before you speak, I take one last breath, and I just bathe in the elegant, angelic, mystical presence of your face, and your lips crack open like a seed, like the process of all new beginnings, and you breathe life into me. I love you too, she said. Thank you.
This poem is for the frogs who arrived in the spring and have just shown up 2 nights ago. They started singing in my frog pond, and I love it. The frogs are back. They're signaling, half submerged in the pool at night. The night air above them, singing with stars. Kaibo, my cat, listening intently on the porch, and watching over all to see if any wander out and hop about. But none do. They remain in the safety of the pool and the trees that surround the water, hackberry and willow nurturing the night air with their perfume, playing their soft tunes. Something about the oasis and the moon. A gushing summer late rain has filled the pool and soaked the lawn, flooded the garden, drowned the spinach sprouts, created a low water crossing between here and there, the alley between the grass, breathing underwater, flowing with the tide. And me, here I am at home in my pool too, singing a song on Facebook and email and links to videos of Marta Topferova on YouTube singing and checking the news, floods and disasters. Corrupt politicians trying to get away with it before anybody catches on. Everybody wants to feel the love. That's my kind assessment. How could it be otherwise? Each in their own evolutionary status, revolutionary apparatus, sending out coded signals to the underground resistance, the tribal connection, our species, one of millions on the planet, flying the banner of Homo sapiens, triangulation, our location, trying to find the oasis where the place is, where we grew up before we left home and started wandering all over the place. This planet we call Earth because that's what we are, dirt and soil, the birth coming from the spring on the full moon night, all night, half-formed, wet, relying on the torch of our ancestors to light the way and bring us into day where sun could stir our blood and make us into one people so we could sing, so we could soiree on this holy night, on this historic occasion where ravers of the past have partied on in hope and fear. One more beer and back to the streets, to the cities to fight again. And back to the garden where we all belong, the garden of earthly delights that we have longed for and all but forgotten now. Just the myth, the dream, anthropology lesson perhaps, an image, a feeling. The frogs are waiting for us to remember our past and our origin and rejoin the biosphere and the biospherians in the pool, in the patch, in the groovy nook, in the sweet spot in the garden at the center of the universe.
Hello, my name is Amalia Ortiz, and I am a poet who lives here in San Antonio, Texas. I grew up on the border, Lower Rio Grande Valley, in a small town called La Feria. And I was super lucky that I always had books in my home growing up. And I remember I used to love reading the encyclopedia. So like now, I guess everybody could do that because there's the Wikipedia. But I'm going to read a poem today. It's from this book called Juventud, Growing Up on the Border. And I chose this book because it's filled with so many stories and poems aimed at youth. And it's all coming from writers who also similarly grew up on the border. And I think that's important because growing up, as much as I read, I really didn't see a lot aimed at me. I didn't see my language reflected. I didn't see people like my grandmother, my brother, definitely the slang we used, the Spanglish we used. And this is really a great tool. It's filled with authentic voices from the Rio Grande Valley, people who grew up on the border. So the poem I'm going to read is about one of my best friends in middle school and junior high. And I was raised by my grandmother, and she was very, very strict. Like, I was allowed to go to school, home, and church, and that was it. And I wasn't even allowed to have friends come over or go over to friends' house. That just really didn't exist in our home. But I did have a best friend, and her name was Pinta. Tia Irma gave Pinta to Grandma when she moved. Off went Irma with her husband, 3 kids, and a dog. But no cat, no Pinta. Tia Irma called her Patches, but Parches came out when Grandma tried to say it. The little cat was pintada como un patchwork quilt. Gatita Pinta. Grandma renamed her, and Grandma handed her to me. Pinta is a girl's best friend. We share chicharrones, stuff ourselves with them until one of us throws up. Usually Pinta. But that won't stop the two of us from skipping down the calle to the tortilleria to buy more. The Easter before Grandpa died, Grandma said 5th grade means boys will come too soon. Too old for the baskets, too old for the candy, too old for the egg hunts. Besides, she didn't have time, not with Grandpa in the hospital. But my tío Ruperto went behind Grandma's back and bought me a basket bigger than any I had ever had before. Grandma was so mad, but I loved my uncle. More than I loved that beautiful basket filled with color and flavor, I vowed I would save it forever. Now, 2 years later, Pinta comes along and I rig my last Easter basket to a rope, place Pinta safely inside, climb the tree out back, and hoist my best friend Pinta up the tree with me. Every weekend we hide up there, listen to the radio, and wait for people to pass down the unpaved alley behind my house. And with Pinta and my last Easter basket, it doesn't matter that Grandma doesn't allow other kids over. With Pinta and my last Easter basket, it doesn't matter that I am only allowed to play out back alone. With Pinta and my last Easter basket, it doesn't matter that Grandma thinks about boys more than I do, that girls in 7th grade don't climb trees or play with cats like I do. Girls at school on Monday morning will chatter excitedly about boys. Boys at skate parties, boys at group bowling dates, boys at outings I am never invited to anymore because everyone knows Grandma will just say no. But with Pinta and my last Easter basket in a niche between 3 decaying branches, I can sing loudly, bravely, louder than the shouts from beyond the gray, dusty screen door, old angry ideas protesting, girls climbing trees, ya bájate! Just a little while longer, please, in the trees with my last Easter basket and my gatita Pinta. My beautiful Pinta, my tío Ruperto later sells when he is supposed to be cat-sitting one summer vacation. I am told a rich lady admired her unusual markings. More likely, she was hit by a car. Ruperto shoves crumpled bills into my hand, but I do not count them. Today, Tío is Judas, and I will never be Peter. My brother Bene never lets me forget Pinta. Every time we eat tamales, he likes to see me cry when he jokes that whoever really bought Pinta made tamales out of her. I force feed myself tamales. Bene meows.
This is a short poem. Sometimes it's fun as a writer to just write something that's short and sweet and to the point. So that's what this one is, and I hope you enjoy it. It's called The Spider Poem. If a spider falls into your sink and survives, do you think later on in his spider life, when he's going through a hard spider time, his wife passes away and his spider kids cry, he draws strength from that time when he almost died in your sink, and he thinks with his spider mind, this will all pass in spider time and everything will be just fine.
My name is Eduardo Cavazos Garza, and I'm going to do some poetry for you. Original stuff that I wrote over the years. I started writing back in about 1968, 67, something like that. And I've been writing since. And this is one of them. I call it my favorite sin. My favorite sin, synchronicity. Synchronicity lingers, oh, so lovingly over all this that is happening. I watch while the dot lines up with the groove. The moon lines up with my eye. Unexpected, but there. The sky hovers over the earth in its infinite space and hangs there, mysterious and awesome. You arrive at my door, smiling, a question in your look, in your eyes. My answer is yes.
When I bought my first like house as an adult, and all by myself, living alone, I found myself writing a lot of verses that almost trying to give myself advice, and almost my own version of prayers to kind of keep me safe in my house as I lived alone. And it was always interesting to go into my backyard, my single woman's backyard, and look at the sky and look at my pecan trees, and hear the whisper of the pecan trees every night. And this is a poem called Reaching for Limbs Under Stars. Look to earth and air for answers. Look to the quiet. Look to the grass. The split-tailed swallows, the barking dog, the church bell, the stumbling man, the crying child, the salmon swimming home. Believe in what's before you, cumulus clouds, constellations of Athena, Chinese plums, pomegranates, persimmons right off the tree. Spit the seeds. And then cast the rod, write the poem, run in the street, dive in the ocean, tattoo earth and air on the stretch of your skin. Give yourself to the four corners of land and sky. Make yourself holy and right.
When San Antonio had its 300th birthday celebration, I had to remind the city once again that we have not been here for just 300 years, we have been here for 12,000 years. And that just because we celebrate the arrival of Spaniards here 300 years ago, that European presence isn't what makes something real and human, that our indigenous past here goes for at least 12,000 years, that this city that I live in, San Antonio, has been a place of residence long before the Eurocentric history books decided that they would declare when cities here were founded. So I agreed. I told them, yes, I would write a poem for the city's 300th birthday, but I would include all 12,000 years, since our birthday is much older than what we tend to hear in the news. So this is a poem written in the voice of the city of San Antonio, and it's called San Antonio Speaks to Her Mijitos, a song of 12,000 San Antonio summers. Do you see the magic in my river? Mija, feel the drumming in my soul. My whisper rises from beneath this silenced silt, chanting from inside these prayer-rubbed walls. Echoes of my past hum between your heartbeats, mijo. Fill the colors of your life with the cadence of my song. Breathe in the grandness of this unbound sky. Allow your fragile breaths the growth of wings. Mijitos, hear me deeply, for I own 12,000 springs of human pulse, own children dipped into these waters like spring birdlings, blooming still moist from the egg. I own your struggles baked in autumn sun like hand-shaped adobe bricks. I own your dreams already settled here before the mockingbird and monarch found respite on the branches of Junipero and Esperanza, before the wisdom of coyote paws laid out these streets, before the deer-hide teepee, the mesquite twig jacal, before presidios, the pecan wood porch, or your sliding door of glass. Look around you at these faces carved of corn and canela, of spiced buñuelo and mounds of chocolate mole. These faces are made strong by millennia of heat waves and blue northers, by smoke of sweat lodge and urgent votive velas, by dawn's tortillas toasted on grandma's comal, by pounding beat of fresh garlic and chile in a molcajete sculpted of volcanic stone. These faces are made beautiful by burst of piñata joy and wooded Breckenridge sombrita, by lost notes dancing on the breeze from mariachi trumpet and jazz saxophone, Congolese mass, Korean Baptist church, Greek festival, Coahuiltecan elders, all harmonize, layers of whispers behind each word with which I pull you here. My history, polkas in your plaza, wears a charro hat, chews Chinese tamarind seeds at the taco truck, breaks cascarones on the toddler christened future, sweats honestly beneath this lemon sun, swirls laughing in chubasco rain, cracks pecans to survive and to remember, fights 12,000 years for justicia and never disappears. Listen carefully. You will hear a melody of meanings trickling in from the sweet smell of centuries, from the whisper of the willow, the moan of the oak, the sassy humming of vigilant chicharras who own and guard this place. Look quickly. You will see a water bird in flight, river's treasure dripping from her sibylline wings. Feel its cool drops upon your face, baptizing you to life. Stand softly on this ground, and my pueblo's corazón will call to you from this multilingual dirt. The wing of the anhinga bird will lift you, soul and spirit, past 12,000 summers of survival. Mission walls will echo vibrant dreams, mijitos, drumming from your chest. For these missions are not made of earth alone, but of symphonic dust of stars, singing dreams through all your veins and stubborn strength into your steps. Even now, the trunk of the huizache tree is reaching out its fingers, interlacing with your toes. Even now, the soles of your feet are singing with the growth of roots. Even now, I am offering you un abrazo for familia. Even now, my song is dancing between your footsteps, my voice trembling into your bones. May these poems bring you meaning trembling into your bones. May we always remember that it's important to not make entire cultures disappear, because that leads to racism and devaluation. And may we always remember that all human beings throughout history and through every part of the world have goodness and possibilities and hope within them. Thank you.
I wrote this next poem as a result or during the Snowmageddon because we all felt really cold, and I wanted to explore how cold we all really felt. It was cold. Like, see your breath cold. Like, raspa giving you a brain freeze cold. Like, I thought it was a raspa, but actually somebody just left the Kool-Aid outside cold. Like, Greg Abbott telling us lies about wind turbines cold. Like, your ex-wife's stare cold. Like, they're making up new symbols on my weather app cold. Like, Timmy's fadeaway in the fourth quarter cold. Like, freeze your tongue on a light post cold. Like, Jenny left Forest the morning after cold. Like, Ted Cruz saying no to disaster relief to New Jersey cold. Like, our state officials failed us cold. Like, my students' reactions to another dad joke over a Zoom call cold. Like, Trump's COVID-19 response cold. Like, Pop's interview after the game cold. Like, Northerners telling us these symbols have always existed, I've just never seen them cold. Like, you never called her back, did you? Cold. Like, Han telling Leia, I know, cold. Like, Ted Cruz blasting rolling blackouts in California, cold. Like, the song comes on and you cry about them, cold. Like, Mexican blanket can't keep me warm enough, cold. Like, my daughter says she doesn't need my help today, cold. Like, there's no such thing as -0, cold. Like, Ted Cruz going to Cancun, cold. Like, they found Aang at Woodlawn Lake, cold. Like, not even a text to say that you're sorry, cold. Like, that's a ride. Let's ride a Tauntaun to go get tacos, cold. Like, she didn't even acknowledge you when you saw her at the squeeze box, cold. Like, Jake Gyllenhaal's burning books at the library, cold. Like, she showed up with him instead of you, cold. Like, Ms. Hinojosa made us read to build a fire, and none of us had even seen snow yet, cold. Like, why'd you ghost her, cold? Like, the chupacabra is having nightmares about the Yeti, cold. Like, there must be some toros in the atmosphere, cold. Like, eating uncooked weenies for dinner, cold. Like, melt your snow to flush the toilet, cold. Like, who the hell's ERCOT, cold. Like, go stay at your tia's because she still has power, cold. Like, charge your phone in your car, cold. Like, 2.8 million Texan households without electricity, cold. Like, we gotta boil our water now too, cold. Like, I'm so over this shit, cold.
I wanted to, because this is early April in 2021, commend to all of you the events of this month, which will almost all be virtual, but it is National Poetry Month in San Antonio 2021. There will be jazz poetry on KRTU. There will be the San Antonio Book Festival, at which Carrie Clack and Naomi Nye and I will salute Roberto Banazzi, who passed recently. There will be Words for Birds. There will be Voces Cósmicas. What you need to do is to check the Department of Arts and Culture's National Poetry Month in San Antonio website and look up the events as they happen. Another great small press from down in the valley, Edward Vidore's amazing Flower Song Press, published Dreaming, a tribute to Selena Quintanilla Perez, a beautiful book of memories of Selena. And I was fortunate enough to have one of my poems in that anthology, which I will read. It's called Corazon y Lágrimas. Still uncomfortable using Spanish in a poem. It feels like pretending, even if the words I use are words I know, words which fit the story. The story was this. We came from San Antonio, to San Antonio from the north, from Cleveland and the snow, came in February 1995, and every day radio on in the car, down Broadway into town, passing Buttercrust when it still smelled like bread, and the abandoned brewery before it became the Pearl, radio on stations that played norteño and conjunto so we could pick up some Spanish. Listen to Intocable and Michael Salgado, and of course Selena, Rising, Beloved, already crossing over, passing her salon, which would later become a CD exchange. Learned a few words and heard a few repeated in so many songs. Corazon, lágrimas, words whose 3 syllables seem so much closer to it than our own, heart and tears. But we were at the beginning of an adventure, a new life, so everything was interesting, tasty, touching, new. So when the report broke in on the radio that Selena had been killed, who could forget John Lennon gunned down in front of the Dakota? Grief swelled in our hearts, tears in our eyes. On our way home, past her salon, where already in the parking lot an altar was growing, tributes, candles and flowers, stuffed animals and photographs, weeping fans. Across days, the crowds gathered, the altar and tributes grew, the loss and sadness. Every time the radio played her perfect, present, lively voice, we listened and we learned the hard way, Corazon y lágrimas.
Code switching. What's code switching? You know 2 languages, you grow up in 2 cultures, like the Tex-Mex, Mexican-American culture, and you wind up code switching, using words from 2 languages. Here is my ode to code switching. Code switching is my Tex-Mex linguistic twitch, like a spasmodic muscular contraction. English and Spanish leap into my speech. But beware, shifting from one linguistic code to another is bewitching. Enter at your own risk. Code switching will cast a spell on you. No, it's not a hex to flabbergast, to stupefy, to vex monolingual speakers. Code switching is just my joy of dos, my fascination with dos idiomas, dos languages, in a conversation like an alternating current, a high-power application. Luigi, Professor Galvani, experimenting with electricity, took a copper hook to the legs of a frog. The frog's legs twitched. The rest is galvanizing history. Like el 2 de febrero, when the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo ended the war between the United States and Mexico. And Mexicans who decided to stay in Texas became Mexican Americans. Of course, many Mexican Americans remained mainly Mexican, but not by choice. Caught between speaking Spanish and speaking English, making the most of a cultural hop. That's why I call Tex-Mex code switching chapolinguistics. A chapulín, el grasshopper. Now, it's got hops. Nonetheless, it was not uncommon for Mexican-American school children to be spanked for speaking Spanish. And who knows, maybe that chastised Mexican-American child at home traces a favorite font, black letter, also known as Old English or Gothic. Some say, just speak all in English or all in Spanish. I say that is well and good, but I remember my mother saying when she dropped her purse, "Ay, Chihuahua, se me cayó la purse." So I say love. Love that you know the word purse, and love that you may also know the word bolsa. Yes, my mom should have said, "Ay, se me cayó la bolsa," but she didn't. I like to think that she was celebrating the hybrid hyphen in Mexican American, the hybrid hyphen in code switching. Hybrid is in now. Hybrid is a cool word. Hybrid cars, hybrid learning, hybrid ink pads. I will admit, though, I am still partial to my mom's La Purse. It just sounds cool. La Purse. And hey, just witnessed the NBA code switching. Los Spurs, Los Lakers, Los Nuggets. I remember my students at John F. Kennedy High School, Los Rockets in San Antonio, long time ago, telling me, "Sir, guess what? Los Spurs won last night." Los, because los is so cool. Los, dos. Code switching, chapolinguistics.
Binding. An abundance of blood, crimson pulse against breastfed newborn softness. Love, reparation, and instinctual lavish of motherhood. The binding of mothers and mothers' mothers. Abuelita takes the cloth and winds it tight around my hips with stern insistence of strength. She whispers ritual de la cuarentera as rigid knuckles against my skin pray promise. Mother takes up the slack and pulls the binding taut, winding upward toward my ribs. Cinched rigid, the uterus pressed and held, my muscle against muscle, ligaments and organs, marrow and bone, binding tightly what must be bound.
So this piece is called The Sunny Sound of Music, and it is written because The Sound of Music is my favorite musical in the whole world, so it was inspired by that movie and that musical. All right. Ray, a golden drop of sun sung out, marigold melody of light, vibrating intonation throughout the body and atmosphere. You spun out of my heart a tune. You became a magnet of attraction for joy for my lungs. There is no longer a place of darkness within. My abode is one of resonating light. For the branches of my arms to the root position of my tonic cord, you soar out of me, sunshine. Blind my lips from negative tones, I cannot speak of bleakness again. I cannot hum any other tune than you, my magical pitch of platinum.
Minting coins for a disappearing empire, La Casa José Antonio de la Garza. The settlement of San Antonio de Béjar was famous for its poverty. Some rumored that this verdant place between the San Pedro Creek and the San Antonio River was to be haunted by a perpetual curse of abjection, as first accounts of the indigenous people of the region described them as ever-hungry nomads perpetually in search of succor. Water, of course, was abundant. But it was a struggle to survive in this remote outpost at the end of the edge of the unknown world. Presidio, Villa, and mission towns that would emerge would be poor too, receiving scant supplies from the viceregal gobierno and depending on subsistence agriculture and a barter, credit, and debt economy. Capturing wild horses and cattle for trade in New Orleans was a difficult, if coveted, source of wealth. Money made its late arrival in Béjar on the eve of empire's twilight. In 1818, José Antonio de la Garza, descendant of the Canario settlers of 1731 and a future mayor, was commissioned to mint copper coins for only the second time in San Antonio, in his stuccoed flat house of caliche blocks on Rivas Street, which would later become Houston Street. De la Garza punched out his planchettes of copper with telltale impurities of lead, nickel, iron, and silver. When the house was demolished in 1912, a corroded cache of De la Garza's coins was discovered in a hidden vault. Those Jolas coins, worth a half real, a nickel, bear the year 1818 and the initials of the coiner, J.A.G. The ore used to mint these coins was smelted from the recalled coins of an earlier coiner, Martín Barrera, who must have fallen out of favor with the Spanish governor of Coahuila y Texas. Thus was MB replaced by JAG upon the coins of a realm that would last only 3 more years. But on their other side was hammered a 5-pointed star, the lone star of this first Spanish money that would come to continue to shine the ineluctable light of a failed regime forward through the years to become the symbol of the next empire.
This is May Day, in which Sandra Cisneros makes an appearance as herself. Okay, here's part 1 of the greatest May Day story in the world, originally posted to Facebook. It took place when Sandra Cisneros was in town visiting her old stomping grounds after leaving Texas for San Miguel de Allende. She's not really from San Antonio, but y'all claim her anyway, probably because of all that pedo she had with the King William Association over the audacity of her purple house. Or was it pink? Her wicked, wicked ways and all. That was the first Chicana lit book you found and checked out from the school library, or shit, maybe it was actually Lucha Corpi. But in any case, making you think maybe, as you wrote poems in gym class all slouched up against the bleachers, Maybe you too, even though everybody thought you were a white girl. Sandra on the back cover in a backless black dress, looking at you over her shoulder, with short hair and finger waves like a flapper and big silver earrings. Short hair like you, yeah. Because when Mexicans thought you were Anglo and Anglos thought you were, I don't know what you ended up was strange and short-haired. So there's that. And then one time, long ago, before La Sandra left Texas, when Hector was working at the Thai Tea in Austin, he actually waited on her when she strolled into the restaurant one day. Her short hair had grown out into an exclamation of waves like this, and she laughed a lot as she dined with her friend. That's what Hector said. And then you also saw her speak at the anti-war marcha, also in Austin. She read prose poetry above the heads of the marchers gathered there, connecting the dots between the brown faces of gente aquí and gente allá in the Middle East, standing in a gazebo not unlike the one where the speakers at this marcha will also speak. But it's not like you would know her in a crowd. Know what I mean? Anyway, on this particular May Day, on the first day of May, El Primero del Mayo, you've arrived with your nena to the Plaza de Zacate for the pre-march rally. The very plaza where Emma Tenayuca rabble-roused the pecan shellers. That's why y'all call it La Plaza de Zacate instead of Milan Park, and why all the marchas in San Antonio either start or end there. And you're lounging in the Zacate in the shade, Nena snoozing in her stroller, and you kind of laying on your side, propped on one elbow, armpits sweaty and stinky. By the time it hits May Day, the last little bit of spring cool in the air has been wrung out, and you have to square off with the reality of heat. You just gotta be matter of fact about it. Lean into it. It's easier than trying to get away. So then, this woman in a flowy shirt dress thing and leggings and chanclas approaches to talk to another woman standing nearby, trailing a little dog on a leash, wearing a homemade shirt that says, "Legality is a colonialist fiction." Wow, that's pretty clever and insightful, little dog. Makes you think. No illegal immigration without a prior construction of legality. Like how Foucault talked about how there was no homosexuality until there was something called heterosexuality. No concept of visible deviance until there's an unseen norm to construct one. And the flyers talk about how May 1st is about workers, and how immigrants are workers criminalized for seeking work across borders, despite the border hopping liberties of capital. And how immigrants are not really immigrants at all. They're indigenous first, with rights to itinerancy, like the birds of the air or the fish in the sea. Imagine telling a bird it can't fly where it flies. Indigenous first and workers second, that's what the flyers and the signs say. All of the organizations are pushing for the same glorious upswell of those big immigration marchas some years back. But those moments can't be planned or manufactured or predicted, no matter how much funding there is. They just happen, even when there's no money. Energy swirling about an invisible fulcrum, and nobody really knows why. So this year, the march is small. Mostly the same folks who come to all the marchas. And you're looking around at all the people you know, and some you don't too, and not really paying attention when all of a sudden, the woman with the dog begins apologizing to you effusively, clearly mortified. You look over to where she's gesturing and see that her dog has just peed on the wheel of Nena's stroller and shoe. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God," says the dog woman, crouching to blot at the stroller with wads of Kleenex offered by the second woman. "Oh, it's fine. It's just a little pee. Is he a puppy?" "No, just maleducada." Well, his little shirt is very smart. After you share a final laugh, the two women walk off together, and you more or less forget about the incident, until you notice later that the woman with the dog is in the gazebo speaking. She's the keynote, actually, except wasn't someone able to get Sandra Cisneros as the keynote? Which means it was Sandra Cisneros' dog who peed on Nena's little shoe. Part 2 of the story is the same old stuff that always happens at the marchas. There's some problems with the sound, then there's some speeches and some spoken word. Someone must have connections because not only is La Sandra there, they've also been able to book Mayor Mijo to come and make a statement. Since this marcha takes place right after some dumb F in the Texas Ledge introduces another one of those check your papers bills. So the mayor is there to say how bad it would be for business in Texas and for tourism in San Antonio if they were to pass something like that here. And everybody kind of stands around confused about whether to clap or not, kind of half clapping, half whispering to each other about what a vendido he is. After speeches, they line up and there's some tussling for position before the chant kicker-offer kicks off the chants. El Centro has brought a banner that reads, Trabajadores Unidos, and La Alianza has one reading, Unidas a través de fronteras. Might as well play tug-of-war over the same banner and save some canvas and paint at least. Oh, it is too like that, and everyone knows it. Not saying for a second either that we shouldn't do these things. Not saying the stakes aren't high. It's because they're so high that we should laugh at this element of ritual or theater or carnival, this sacred ridiculousness. That's all. And because it's like, can there be some other t-shirt motif, some other motivating motive, besides a woman in pain yelling while making a fist? Damn. But part 3 of the story is something new. As the people take to the streets, you spot the man from the vault standing on the curb taking phone photos astride his clunky orange cruiser, green bandana wrapped around his forehead like a sweatband, holding back his hair. You pretend not to notice as you pass pushing Nena. As you pass, you turn your face away from the camera, from where he stands in cutoffs and sandals. And it's already hot, but a wave of heat consumes your face as you see yourself seen, as if from outside, as you mumble chants. And you think, where on earth did that come from, that heat?
Hi, my name is Natalia Treviño, and welcome to Mega Corazón, this incredible project here only in San Antonio, but that can go to the whole world. So world, thank you for watching. I'm going to begin with a poem called The Day I Found a Post-it Note Hidden in the Back of In Mad Love and War. And for those of you that don't know, In Mad Love and War is a book of poetry by Joy Harjo. And it was a book of poetry that I studied a lot in college and kept very close to me. Right now, with so much going on with the pandemic, so many of my students are thinking about how they're spending their time and what they miss, and especially their relationships. And many times I tell them, be the person who makes you happy. I put that in my classroom, I bring it into my lessons because of what I found in this poem. This poem is in honor of a breakup. Sometimes a breakup can be good if the person you're with is making you sad. And so this poem is also about rejoicing at who you no longer are when you make some good decisions. So, the day I found a Post-it note hidden in the back page of In Mad Love and War. My longhand writing stuck into this book, tiny cursive letters in fine black ink, written in a terrible moment I cannot remember, when I grabbed a pen and the nearest shred of blank paper. It reads, I feel small, line break, huddled. The word crush forms another line break. The question, why not let go, spills past the pinched syllables at the bottom. I turn it over, my stomach crouching back, remembering its old, coiled position the rest of me has forgotten. The words are older than I was when I wrote them. This book of poems, the only place I thought to hide the truth, a comment I valued. The word fragile forms an end stop I doubt I had intended before my divorce. The desire for enjambment. The ending of the small poem opens its mouth with the word maybe. I am rejoicing this voice is a stranger to me now. The last line asks if maybe I was the one, in fact, who is getting jacked around. I'd wanted to connect again to joy, to eagle, to flight, to deer, to languages that aren't always sound, words from her poems, but found instead a small flap of tongue, my own, that was enough to save me.
I'm going to read this last poem. It's in Spanish. It's dedicated to all of you who enjoy reading poetry in Spanish or listening to it. And if you do not understand Spanish, maybe you can hang on to the music of the words or the sound or the tone, or you might recognize some of the words that I use. It's called Lo que busco. Ando buscando al que se robó todas las piedras del mundo, a ese que afiló todos los cuchillos del mundo. Ando buscando el fondo del tiempo, ese lugar donde nos inventan crímenes. Ando buscando el zapato que se fue sin mí, al camino que me regresa el sentimiento que ya no quiere ser sombra. Ando buscando el sueño que no tiene presente, a la eternidad inmóvil que nunca alcanzo. Ando buscando al taur que apostó todo, salvo la última pulgada de su vida. Estoy buscando lo que era antes de ser carne, lo que era antes de ser exilio.
This is a poem I wrote right in the middle of the pandemic when I became exceptionally grateful for all the people who clean and became aware that we are often not aware of them. And this is Psalm for my tío, Ruperto, he was a janitor at the local mall when I was growing up. And I remember always being a little embarrassed. Yeah, that's my tío, fishing for cans out of that people had thrown away. And so this is Psalm for Tío Ruperto. Blessed be the janitor. Blessed be the cleaning lady. Blessed be the groundskeeper, the disposers of waste, gatherers of death and decay, the custodian, the sanitation worker. Psalms for those who scrub and scour. Sacred are they who sweep. Praise for those who banish trash. Sanctified are those who sanitize. Not unlike historical martyrs with metaphorical palm fronds, their ritual objects shunned. The broom, the sponge, the mop, the vacuum, these their saintly emblems. Where are their altares, vestments, candles lit in thanks? What is their feast day? Holy are the laying of hands reaching inside trash bags, retrieving recyclable cans. Alabanza. Alabanza to those who dive into the mess of our humanity. Blessings, blessings, and more blessings unending to those who allow the masses to live clean as though absolved.
All right, it's a beautiful spring day here under the speckled leaves in the front yard. And I got a poem for you. So, okay, let me get this straight. There was a big bang and everything blew up and the universe was created and everything. Stars and galaxies and stuff. And we know this because the universe is getting bigger. So it used to be smaller. About the size of a football, actually, when it blew up back in the day. But technically it didn't blow up because there was no space for it to blow up into and no time for it to happen in either. They hadn't been invented yet. Is your mind blown yet? There wasn't even the four forces of nature yet. No superheroes, no video games. It was all chaos and entropy and stuff that we don't even know about yet. And yet something happened and now I'm here. Standing on this planet, on this stage, along with you and a human body, as a member of a tribe, of a species, a habitat, a social ranking, a designation, a deregulation, a name, a house with an address, a title, a label, of all the possibilities of the subatomic quantum particle physics stuff, theories of everything and invisible infinite universes and stuff. This is what happened. Cool. Here we are. And I'm rapping it out, this piece, to tell my story. Well, maybe not rapping really, but trying to do my best. To say it right, get it tight with all my might. See the light fly up so high through the sky that's already here among us. The sky touches us all the way down to the ground. It sounds like nothing, but it looks like everything. Hey, our brains were formatted, designed by 3.5 billion years of evolution on this planet. Did you ever think of that? All those creatures and organisms that came from before wired our brain, made us who we are, took into consideration the sacred libation, the tree of life, and the baptism and the transformational adaptation. So how can I say how it should be or even how it is? I haven't read this poem in a long time. Don't give up, grasshopper. Remember what you have learned when you were in high school, what you dreamed when you were a little child, and you wore your Superman hero cape to the store with your mom, unashamedly holding her hand, walking through Walmarts and believing in your dream with such ferocity, not even knowing the difference between that reality and any others. Say that of your mom, for example, or the adults around you, the people who were supposed to know, the teachers and the leaders and the elders and the old ones, white as snow and wrinkled. Calibrate this, people. The chance of elves and gnomes being real. But then, why are they in our stories, huh? Our stories are as real as we are, if we believe in them, right? The movies, faith-based reality, it's trending these days. But it's always been that way. The only thing I know for sure is that here I am in my front yard on a spring day. Here I am. Where am I? And so are you. And somehow, that is good. And God, I am glad. And it could have happened this way or that way, or it could have happened a million, trillion, zillion other ways. That's all I'm saying. The end.
Hello, everyone. It's so very nice to be here with you guys again for National Poetry Month. My name is Anthony M. Flores, also known as Anthony the Poet. I'm going to read a piece to begin here, directly related to the youth, or inspired by the youth, or dedicated to the youth, and it's a very important piece. We're coming out of a pandemic time and a very dark time, and I just think that young people especially have been using poetry as a healing art, as a way of expressing their desperation, their fears, their isolation. And so here goes a new piece that has come out of this great dark time that we are all surviving and emerging from victoriously. This poem is called "This is When Poems and People Become Giants." If we do our job the right way, one day we might be talking to a great-grandson or great-granddaughter, and we can tell him or tell her, like we were each the best earth-dwelling storyteller, about that one time once upon a dark night when ordinary stargazers like us became stellar. Maybe we'll walk into schools and answer the amazed questions raised by some cool random kid, and we can tell the whole room about the simple and painful things we did. We wore masks over our faces. We stayed at home and restrained ourselves from visiting our favorite places. We washed our hands and washed our hands and washed our hands, hoping not to spread its dangerous traces. We let go for a while of everyone and everything we loved, every hunger, every habit, every friend, so that maybe they would still be there for us to love in the end. We said our goodbyes from sad, distant places without being able to gaze into our loved ones' faces, as our nearest and dearest kept dying so far away, just beyond nearby windows and walls, outside the stretch of our hands and the sound of our calls. We did everything that we could do to safely pass along the world to you. This is when poems and people become giants, bigger and greater beings than we ever thought we could be. It is true when they say that we can see farther when we stand on the shoulders of the great ones who came before, and among these will be numbered in stories yet to come in epic lore, all of those who rose up to the challenge to care for the sick, the hungry, and the poor. If, in a loss, you find yourself asking, why me? Why mine? Why us? If you are wondering why we have been appointed this solemn hour and this unprecedented storm to weather, it is because this is a graduation ceremony for the whole human race, and we have been called to cross this stage together. Young and old, all colors and creeds, every kind, every culture, every country, in a connection of fate that not even hate can sever. The destiny of our names has been called to meet this difficult moment together. If you feel your heart is too small for this, if you feel your hands are too small or fragile for any more giving or receiving, if you feel your faith is too small or not agile enough, not big enough, not tough enough, this is when poems and people become giants, better and greater beings than we ever thought we could be. There are things yet that our children not have a chance to say, and so we will not go so quietly into the numbing silences of this day. Compassion still rages relentlessly in our souls, and so we will not go so gently. Maybe it's time to finally see the great disparity of half the world living in economic luxury while half wallows in squalor and misery. Time to see the hurtful injustices that restlessly tip the scales against social inequality. And time to see, as survivors of yet another kind of flood, the common human color in the shared shade of our blood. Speaking as a simple earth dweller and as a cosmic storyteller, this was the time when ordinary stargazers like us became stellar. This is when you and I and he and she set our sights with our full mights on the infinity of we. This is when poems and people became giants, you see, bigger and greater beings than we ever thought we could be.
We are very lucky in San Antonio to have great poets, some small presses publishing great poets, and Mega Corazon and URBAN-15. Thank you to all of you. So this is a poem for high school students with lots of references that I don't think you know, but I want you to know that there's a history before what happened on January 6th, that there is a history, that protest in America doesn't mean violence or doesn't have to. This is a poem about a march on Washington that I was at in the 60s. And I think that's enough. It is dedicated to two poets, Diane DePrima and Daniel Berrigan, and it's called Revolutionary Dreams, Other Nightmares. Were we wrong to want to grind it to a halt, to stop the killing? Were we deluded to think we had the power to do it? Stretched out on the floor of the crash pad, home of some friendly, wealthy Quakers, the night after the red paint was tossed at Lind and Dellinger and the rest of the front of the march, we spread a map of D.C. on the floor and plotted how we could take it over, shut it down. Straggling groups of few of us the next day stood in the middle of the streets, holding up our hands to oncoming traffic and sang, "Stop in the name of love," and other songs, "We shall not be moved." And then we moved, and no one got run over. But 4 were killed at Kent State, more at Jackson State, a police riot in Chicago, and as many Panthers as they could find, killed or jailed. So we learned a little something about power. Across the shuttle of years, P., who published my book and taught writing to vets, died of his Agent Orange-caused cancer, and other vets wandered in and out of my life, folks I really couldn't blame. Even S., who crossed the border, we lied we never crossed. And things got worse, until a group of folks, ignited by lies, came to try to end the experiment as we know it, to keep power. I look at my hands, have not, will not take lives, and wonder what it means, if anything, to take power.
This poem is called Tornado Mother. I have a 2-year-old son, but some days he is more fire engine than 2-year-old. All shining and defiant, more siren than voice. He cries out for his heart's truest desires at the top of his lungs, and I can't help but admire his sense of self-worth, more instinct than courage, more knowing than thinking, more doing than trying, more telling than asking. And some days it's more than I can handle. And on those days, I am more tornado than mother, more impulse than courage, more guessing than thinking, more acting than trying, more yelling than asking. So on hard days, I attempt to remember him as he was in the hospital. All brand new, squishy, healthy baby boy with thirsty eyes that drank in the whole room. More miracle than human, more beauty than concept, and more mine than yet the world's. And I remember how badly I wanted him before he was even born. That was more imagination than preparation, I guess, because there are hard days when my tone of voice is more battle than example, when I am more lit fuse than lullaby, more feet stomps and eye roll than cheek kiss and hand holds, when I am more tornado than mother. So I attempt to remember him as he was in the hospital. All bruised and confused, 8-month-old baby boy the day after our car accident. More pain than tears. More wires and monitors than abilities. More warrior than child, more miracle than human, and there I was. More tornado than mother. More whirlwind than function, more prayer than thought, more worry than sleep, and more helpless than any mother should ever have to feel. On the day we were released from the hospital, we were more survivor than victims, more unit than individual, more love than blame. So on hard days when he is more fire engine than 2-year-old, all shining and defiant, and I feel my winds start to blow, chaos, tornado mother rising up inside of me, I try to see him for what he is. More miracle than human, more warrior than child, more the world's than mine. And suddenly, I am more calm than storm, more forgiveness than criticism, more sigh of relief, more breath of life, more cool breeze than tornado. And I realize that there is just so much more to this life than what it may seem.
This year has been rough. The pandemic has taken a lot, and it's all we hear about. But there are other things happening too. And a few days ago, here in San Antonio, 2 women, aged 22 and 23, were killed in 2 separate car accidents. Maria Martinez Guzman and Alice Frances Satterfield. Alice is the daughter of my friend. And I'm grieving for her. And when I was grieving another friend of mine long, long ago, I met an author who told me, if you're sad, make something. Make anything. Sew something together, draw, color, create. Creation is healing. And so I turned to writing a poem for my friend. But I also dedicate this poem to Maria's mother, because as a mother of a 22-year-old, I want to honor all women who are mothers as well, and all women who are mothers who may have experienced such a tragedy. This poem is called There Is No Flower, for my friend Cindy Magruder, mother of Alice Frances Satterfield. The day my geologist friend lost her weight. The day my friend, who is a geologist, taught her daughter the stories of eras and periods and eons. The child was still inside her. By 7 or so, bright, all joy-armed and sponge memory, she could teach the class, my friend said as we talked about shoes, how our kids left them all over the house, and how to handle this problem as we prepped for class. How we could teach our kids to keep things in place. My friend, a professor of geology and deep time, ancient metamorphic layers, her specialty among others, who guides young students to their dreams of holding shale one day, like she does, or wonder, like she does, at the creation of aquamarine, must face them now with her new without face, without the child who once could teach her class, without the condensing pressure a child places on its mother's body, a pressure mothers know keep their body from fizzing away in a constant combustion of spontaneous magna flow love. Rock properties her area, and a mother of 4 beautifuls, and the types of rock, and types of children who've become, as our children do, our rocks. An experiment of magma as a mother also, a mother of the rock cycle, the burn of volcanic creation, an expert of sediment and the stages needed for cooling down all the layers. I imagine her feelings toward shale, how it is fissile, a frazzled material, brittle, and no malleable metal vein like gold is that can be stretched, just an ounce of it, over a football field. My friend whose heart is stretched such now, so dangerously thinned by the hollow hammer that is grief. I want the earth's shiny veins to teach her how to do this part of her life. I asked the poet if the Grand Canyon was a wound in the earth once. How could it be right for us to see so far inside? And she said, no, it is an opening. My friend whose soul is lifted by telling the long story of granite, sandstone, shale layers, Gaia's loose and nestled children that fall and rise, the pebble-worn, the unpopular, the kicked to the side kind of stones, the red and black riverbeds, creek beds exposed in drought, the great round boulders pummeled by ages of water, her heart also by ages of tears now, her eyes all luster, draining all the salts her body ever carried. She told me once how certain colors form in stones I loved, why the hue of lapis lazuli, why the clear of aquamarine, heat, she said, in the rock cycle, and time, and cooling, and immense pressure. What bursts forth from within must cool down. How reactions happen on the surface, changes become trapped, can stay this blue with a simple atomic change. She may collapse now. My friend who grieves her daughter is collapsing, will stretch, is stretching to lengths into sheets, and now an opening that's been pressed under the heavy repetition of mornings. My friend is ribboned now. Her children are eons cemented into one another, as if I can name this, pretend to understand. I cannot build a gate for a God or any kind of merciful being to walk through and make it undone, to make it yesterday again, make it before. My daughter can practically teach my GO 1301 class. She knows all the answers, my friend once giggled. Loves this stuff as much as I do. My friend reveling like a dervish, as only a parent can derve, bright bursting, her skin aglow. And the horned owl, perched under the power lines across the street, is calling out on the backs of the surviving trees, claiming with its pulsing ooze that this is his, this night, this nest here. It is before 1 a.m., the day after the news, and the sky is cold, and I am in shadow, and the highway buzz hums, and the owl wants none of us, just the one who understands time and nest and now. No mother wants to be awake at this hour unless her children are near. There is no flower I can send my friend, because flowers become mud and then clay, and my friend's daughter knows this and all about eras and all of the answers about cycles and the earth's great unfolding mantle. So much that she has become an era now, Cenozoic, a recent life, like all of us, a wonderland, a wonder, Alice, who knows all answers. Presente.
This poetry is coming at you straight from the south side of San Anto, but for those of you out there throughout the rest of the planet Earth, you just have to understand how powerful the cuisine here is in San Antonio. We were recently designated as only the second city in North America by UNESCO as a creative city of gastronomy, and the king food here in San Antonio is the taco. And there's like so many kinds of tacos. You guys need to come here. If you're not from here, you're going to come here and you're going to want to stay just for the tacos. This is a poem about tacos. As long as it's tender, pero not too aguada, I will probably order the tacos de carne guisada. There are days when I will pray on my hands and knees for bean and cheese, and even weep as I beg for dos de bacon and egg. When I was a kid, all my dad would ever get us was papas con huevo, until we finally protested, por favor, papá, queremos algo nuevo. Sometimes it's los chiquitos de las taco trucks que yo canto, looking so holy they seem like they were dropped from the Virgen de Guadalupe's santo manto, sprinkled on top with cebolla, limón, y un poquito de cilantro. And I still get confused when they make me choose between al pastor and carne asada. Les quiero decir, give me both or no me de nada. Es muy sencillo. I'll do picadillo if I have to, it's fine. But unlike my tío, I don't want any pieces of potato in mine. In honor of my grandmother's favorite y por todo lo que hizo, sometimes I will order tacos de frijolitos con chorizo. A veces, what I most want is to find a little hole in the wall restaurant with tacos de chicharrones con chile tan picosos que te hacen llorar y sudar even though they're so deliciosos. Once a year, my vegetarian friends who, instead of meat, would rather eat flowers and tree bark and even zacate, convinced me to try a taco made with fresh tomate con aguacate. And you should hear their sudden gritos when I introduce them to taquitos de nopalitos. And I don't mean to cause any controversial chispas with these poetic pipas, but I do love me a handmade flour tortilla filled with crispy, curly tripas. I did not know this as a child, but I surely know it now. They are definitely the smelly but super tasty entrails of a cow. For truly special occasions, just like Mick Jagger, I have a feathery pink boa that I use to wipe my cheeks as the grease drips down my face when I bite into my favoritos, tacos de barbacoa. There's nothing that really rhymes with lengua, but I have no problem in saying, as this story is sung, I will walk into any congalito on nogalitos and say, come on, people, just give me some tongue. This is Taco City, USA way, and you'll find good ones in every direction away. Tacos, tacos, all kinds of tacos. The list never ends. But the best tacos of all are the ones that we share with familia and friends.
This next poem is called You're Tired of Your Life. You're tired of your life, so you buy a small house in South Texas. Before you buy the house, you get arrested for drinking and driving. You go to jail for 3 days till your older brother finally bails you out. He tells you not to worry, that he knows someone who knows someone who knows someone. Everything will be okay. You won't lose your driver's license. You won't lose your job, he says. It's all about knowing someone who knows more than you. Then you tell him that maybe you shouldn't have bought the house, that you're tired of living the way you do. Divorce was invented for a reason, he tells you. That maybe she'll respect you a hell of a lot more knowing you had the guts to cut her loose. But you're not sure of anything. So you think of the story of your parents falling in love. You had to come from somewhere, right? They have 3 children, and you're one of them. The third one died as a baby. The 2 times your mother talked about it, you wondered how a person can live with such sadness and keep it all to themselves. Sadness like an unhealed bone, like a splinter in the iris. But back then, all you wanted was to be alone. So sometimes you would write yourself into a story as a 9-year-old boy building a treehouse. You wanted to tell your parents that you were old enough to leave their town, that their appetite was not big enough to keep them all alive. It was just a thought. You never wrote this down, and you never finished the story. The town was small like the heart of a flea. The town was dry like a scab on a knee. In the story you write years later, your older brother bails you out of jail and tells you he knows plenty of people, that it's all about knowing someone who knows someone, for you not to worry. You won't lose your job, he says. You'll keep your driver's license, keep your house. He has no way of knowing that you're still trying to climb out of the treehouse you never finished building. You're still trying to convince yourself to leave your parents' small town. What if you leave and there's no way back? No one there to give you directions. No one there to remember you and point the finger to what you wanted to forgive.
This next poem is a bit more personal, and it is dedicated to anyone that's struggling with trauma or PTSD or anything of that nature, anybody in therapy, and I'm dedicating this to anybody that's struggling, and you're not alone. This poem is entitled Demon Slayers. To all the demon slayers, to all the heroes of the night, this goes out to you. To anyone struggling, anyone in therapy, anyone that might need therapy, this goes out to you. Anyone who might be in the midst of a battle, this is for all the warriors having to straddle this storm and ride out each and every hard night. Don't forget to fight. We all have our werewolves that roam the forest of our minds. We all have stories of romance, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We all have our poltergeists. But the only way to clear a house is with the light. And remember, only something blocking the light can cast shadows. Protect your castles at all costs. Don't ignore the rot on your skin. It takes time to turn. Address the poison. Toxicness, the toxicities, the things in your body need to be flushed out. And on most days, you will look in the mirror and barely be able to see your reflection. A foggy layer of dirt will prevent your view. But I urge you, don't identify with the smudges on the glass. You are more than your past. Most shadows aren't as big as the object that casts. You need to understand. Each day your armor will thicken. With each new victory, carry this energy in all that you do. And don't forget the highest truth. Your value is of holy nature. Trauma is not the end-all, be-all. Face your demons, look under the bed. You are stronger than anything that lurks, cleaner than your reflection looks. You are the Van Helsing of your own self-worth. These vampires need stakes in their hearts. These snakes will be chopped apart. Your time is precious. But learn to be patient. And on those hard nights, I'll be there. And when it hurts, I'll be there. In solace, we will fight these battles. Beware of shame and self-pity, the most venomous of toxins. But you probably already knew all this. As a vigilante for the innocent, someone like you knows that getting better takes its toll. Someone like you knows that there are trolls under every bridge. It's been that way since we were kids. It's just now we can tell the difference between a troll and someone genuinely trying their best. And as a professional demon slayer, I urge you to get your rest. Because tomorrow we'll have another test. And we will not stop until all the peace is returned to its rightful place in our hearts and in our kingdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
This piece is called Beautiful Creation. I wrote it for my friends MC Squared for their album Soul Physics. I attune to 432 megahertz. Create God's work in a kente skirt. Blurt out truth to attract virtue. The composition of my intuition speaks harmony in a prism of blue. I'm trying to feel the vibe from you, based on your resonance. Let love proceed from me and establish precedence. It's truly a gift to be present, unwrapping my frequency real time, fully aligned, becoming aware, giving thread to my tapestry, shedding my soul and my light bare. We can share the best parts of our art when we care. Kiss the concentrated self. Feel the trembling there. Let the negativity crumble. I do not digress. I use every breath to needle press this spooling material into substance. Every particle of my substance supports the arc in my wavelength, giving strength to my vibration. Fortify the fibers of my soul physics, examine it. Ain't that a beautiful creation? We are all just oxygenated vessels, couriers of electricity and impulse. Our heart rate pulsates to the rhythm of respirations, palpitating, palpitating. We are breathing the same air waves, particles of energy. We are all taking in the same sun rays that sustain life, absorbing light. Let the magnetism draw you in, float to you like hydrogen, like electrons orbiting cosmic as a space station. And again, I ask you, ain't that a beautiful creation?
This next piece is from my book Loose at Midnight, which is a novel, but it is really multi-genre, so it contains a lot of different kinds of writing in it. There's poetry, there's some teatro, there's kind of like news reporting style writing, there's a couple of songs. And so the particular chapter that I wanted to read is intended to be part of a series written by one character who's an academic, a series of research notes, but the form of it is actually a poem. So this is Research Notas number 4, Instructions. As dictated to me by Doña Maria Elena, la mera mera vieja vamos, as she pushes us out the door with armfuls of pens and petitions, clipboards, maps. 1. First contact. First, you make first contact. This is straightforward. You show up where people go to pay light bills that have gone overdue or to plead disconnection notices. You go there because they'll have rates on the brain already. And you position yourself along an unavoidable line of their exit from the building. Don't bother them as they go in, they're busy. And don't bother asking for official permission. Security's used to us by now anyway. When we first started coming, they tried to shake their brooms at us, and we told them, look, the sidewalks belong to everyone, so you can't run us off. It's a public space, and we belong here. We're the public. Ha! They didn't expect viejitas to know their rights of public assembly, but we had been trained by the best. That's what the organizer from the Industrial Areas Foundation up north, Chicago, I think he was from, Raul, told us many years ago we should say. Stick to the sidewalks and the public spaces with your ironing boards y todo, and you'll be fine, he said. I guess he knows something, because our other great idea was to make something up. Tell them we're promoting that new program CPL has, the one with the thermometers, as if we're estupidas. Of course, we are not. We are actually going to the root of the thing, hacia las raíces, all the way down, to crank the wrench, to stop the thing cold in its tracks. So, mijas, grab them as they come out of the building. Don't be afraid to approach your own people, to talk unsolicited. I promise you'll be surprised by what you find, what you learn about what nuestra gente is going through. That's the reason you're here, for gente, so don't be scared. 2. No tiene miedo. Of course, some will say no or brush you off. That's inevitable. Some will be hurrying home to make dinner or take a shower before work, take care of babies or elderly parents. Some just plain aren't interested. That's okay. Don't be scared of rejection. And another thing, Never, never ask them if they have a minute or if they want to sign a petition. It's too easy to say no, and besides, the truth is more interesting anyway. Say you're with a community group and you're fighting the rate hikes council passed, and you don't like the way they're transitioning, jacking up the rates on los pobres so los ricos can keep their solar-powered ACs on full blast all summer, so companies like Sizemar can get their fat contracts and get out. They don't mean to, the city, but that's the model. They don't have the imagination to come up with anything better. So, what you're doing today is, you have a short survey, and what you want to know is how much they pay average for lights and gas. And how much is that compared to their income? And did they ever get their lights cut? And did they even know the rates went up? Don't ask them if they have a minute. Tell them, it'll just take a minute. You'd be surprised how many people are willing to help. You'd be surprised at how natural and normal it feels to ask your neighbor a question. 3, their lives already connect the dots. Pues here's the thing, the survey is a tool. Sure, we do want the information, but really it's to get them thinking on the right track, ¿me entiendes? Because when it comes time to ask if they'll sign, you want them to connect it to their everyday lives. The survey is how you do it. Like, when you get to the question about whether they knew the rates went up, most will say no. Can you believe that? And that's when you ask them if they want to sign the petition. See that? That's how it works. Now, some will want to take the sheet home to think it over, they'll say. That never works. You'll never get the thing back. The goal is to get them right there. The goal is to refuse to let them refuse, but without manipulation. No, the goal is to inspire a yes, inflame a desire, para animar. That's why they call us animadoras. With the survey, you won't need to do no explaining why. No explaining, ha! They'll explain it to themselves. Their own lives will. 4, of course the process isn't fair. Pero here's lo más importante. First, you will need to make sure they're registered voters. If they're not registered, no problem. You sign them up on the spot. We got you deputized, remember? That's why. Second is they have to sign up with the address they registered under, not where they currently live. That's where the city tries to trip you. That's where they'll try to throw out signatures. Who the hell remembers where they registered to vote? We've seen it before, decades back, when we were fighting the unfair budget allocations for streets and drainage. We got 50,000 signatures, which back then was a lot. 50,000 signatures, which they threw out half, saying the people weren't really registered to vote because of the address thing. And whatever little way we tried to maneuver within the system would find a way to block us. If it wasn't throwing out signatures, it was, we used the wrong color form, or we wrote in the wrong color pen. That's how we learned the system wasn't fair. I think a lot of us going in believed the system would protect us. That is what we had been taught to believe. When we learned it wasn't like that, our little light bulbs went off. Ding, 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 ding. And we lowered our expectations. And it was like, okay, so now we know we're gonna have to be sneaky, on top of dignified. We're gonna have to do double duty, both outside and in. Mijas, it's the same now as then, more than 40 years later. Not much has changed except now, it's our own people doing it. Like I said, no imagination, just more of the same, more of the same. Why do you think we're called vamos anyway? We're viejas, against more of the same.
These are a few short little haiku-like poems that were made in collaboration, actually, with Naomi Shihab Nye for a project that was aimed at putting these poems onto public signs around San Antonio. So they're very short little interventions in the public space to remind us about the power of poetry to transform our world. Can poetry melt walls and forge bridges made of light? My mind is heartened by yours, said the great Americans. Great Americanos say, bienvenidos, not I'm the greatest. Warm Gulf tides ebb and flow. Poetry says that empires come and go. We walk new streets in our ancient poetic city of wonders. 15,000 years of dreaming alongside ancient Yanaguana. Poetry can light all our wanderings through this infinite maze. Tread gently upon the bones of all my abandoned bodies. Poetry remembers our first true names and speaks them. So much history only to await the poetry of the wonders we're becoming.
This poem is called Break the Cycle. I'm desperate for change, and I want to break the cycle. I want to see down to my core. Although it's been a while, unravel the fabric of my being, look at the threads and smile, and I just want my reflection to exude my true perspective, because although I've learned a lot, I'm not living my life lessons. I just teach what I've been taught and lose myself in the processes of the cycle of my brain. It always tells me that I'm less than, but I'm desperate for this change. I want to break the cycle, want to see down to my core. Although it's been a while, but I can still hear the patterns of speech pass between my parents. And I can still feel the shattering vibration of their severance. And I can still count the clatters of my teeth when I feel terror. I can still sit for hours wreaking havoc on my heirlooms, because all they ever left me was broken pieces and empty bottles. I will no longer convince myself that this is my normal. I will no longer present myself with lies, but first and foremost, there are things inside my brain that need to be rearranged before my mind runs on for miles. I'm just desperate for this change, and I want to break the cycle. I'm sick and tired of taking for granted all of the gifts this life has given, and not taking advantage of the woman who has risen up inside of my own skin and received all that she envisioned, and living in the sin of running my mind just like a prison that traps all of my memories, and all of my resentment spits them out just like a factory manufacturing my existence. I just want to see my core. I know it's been a while. I'm so desperate for this change, and I want to break this cycle because I refuse to treat my sons the way my mother treated me. I promise myself the man I love will never have to hear me speak using the tongue of the voice inside my brain that calls me weak. I promise myself that I will live to my potential. I won't waste my wealth of wisdom and pour it into a schedule also, and reap positive thoughts using my voice as their vessel, because I'm making my own name, not held to standards of my idols. I'm desperate for this change, and I will break the cycle.
I don't often write love poems for a lot of reasons, but I was watching one done by one of my friends, Ebony Stewart, called How to Flirt with Someone That You Want to Make Your Boo. And I decided that I thought I'd make my own version of this, a Chicano version. It's called Cómo hacer flirt con alguien para que sea tu ruco, or ruca, or rukex, after Ebony Stewart. Hey, vete pa acá con mi heart. Your smile makes me crumble like queso fresco, melt like queso Oaxaca, refreshes me like the coldest limonada on the hottest day, lifts my spirit like a cold raspa. It's like fresh pan dulce, warm and sweet, like green salsa, warm and making me sweat, like tequila, warm and making me dizzy. Can we be dizzy together? No? Pues ni modo. But your eyes are like conchas, big and bright. And I see a barrio rainbow of yellow and pink, off-white and brown, 11 a.m. sunshine and summertime sunsets in them. And when I saw you look at me, it was like a chancla hit me across my cheek. My heart dances the washing machine at the melody of your hello because you make me feel like all the happy Selena songs. You're my tecnocumbia, I'm el chico del apartamento 512. You're a chicharrón con huevo taco from Taqueria Data Point on a flour tortilla so light and fluffy that it wants to float away. You're a quesadilla de asada from the taco truck on St. Mary's that nobody knows is actually called Regio, because you're maybe a secret too. With you, I'm no longer afraid of La Llorona or El Cucuy or La Migra. You make me feel invincible. I could go from the northeast side of town, go to I-10 to 410, and not end up on 35 because I always mess that up. But with you, I could do anything. I want to sing like a sensontle in spring, be a colibri to your flower petal lips. I want to know if they taste like chocolate or café con leche or mole or Mexican Coke or home. I wonder if you'll ever step out of my imagination and into my familiarity. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, can we like be a pareja or maybe just like share some nachos or something? No? Pues ni modo.
Family archives. Shall I be archived in our family history, below yellowed birth documents and deaths of mothers? Each died and gave up her children and her marriage to the darling young brides, only 15 years old, unburdening their own fathers. Should the church baptismal reports from Mexico, with their dreadful details of illegitimacy and rape, be placed above me? Should the epidemic of sickness and death in Parras de la Fuente, 1836, consume my existence, overshadow? Should the gunshot through the 12th son's heart in 1880 Maverick County continue to go unsolved by my side, witness after witness said nothing? Should I be below stacks of acknowledgments, photos with presidents, presidential letters, each thankful to my husband for his honor and dedication to country? Or should I rest defeated below the decree, documents that split up our home, our children, our future, proof of reconciliation 6 years after the divorce? Should I place my scandal between photos of great-grandfathers posing with horses and Model Ts? Shall my poetic verses for lovers weave into my history of delicate times? Shall I inhabit the future with my lust of deathbed, hands that held my throat in passion, twisted my wrists until the break of my bones? Shall I place myself at the top, script out the disease, the mouth I possessed, my truths? Shall I report the pills I refused? Shall I live loudly, unashamed in the future, with my scandal, with my lovers, at the dinner table,
Huitzilopochtli, Aztec god of war, and Tlaloc, the rain god, a conversation. Water god offices, Tlaloc, please. Bueno. Hola, Tlaloc. Hey, Huitzilopochtli. How you doing, Wits? Well, not so good, Tlaloc. So what's up? With the drought, man, my people are suffering. Hear my mesquite pods plopping in the dust? Plop, plop, plop. I need raindrops, Tlaloc. Yada, yada, yada. Don't forget, Wits, I too can be wrathful. Yeah, I know about your last 2 jugs, hail and freezing weather, but we need just the first jug, man. Remember, you're the giver, the sprout god. So get your rattles going and send us some rain, and we won't settle for no chippy chippy, no drizzle. It's not that easy, Wits. I think I'm depressed, dude. I've been thinking of Xochitl lately. Last night, she came to me in a dream with her retinue of birds and butterflies. She wasn't all that hot, Locke. She had a nose plug. We were a team, man. I made the rain. She created the flowers. We made them grow. Oh, yeah? So why did she run off with Tezcatlipoca? Hey, Tez kidnapped her, man, just like Persephone. He took advantage of her. Ese Tezcatlipoca is tapioca in my book. I heard they talk behind my back. I'm probably the laughing stock of Tenochtitlan. No way, Tlaloc, you're feared, dude. But lately, you've been sending nothing but thunder and lightning bolts. Come on, Locke, let it go. Get your net of clouds back on. Get a grip. What if I get you some more green beads? All I'm asking is for you to refill your jugs. Wits, do you think I ought to ask Xochitl to meet me in Xochimilco? Tlaloc, you blockhead. Hey, I've got Tonatiuh on the line, man, and you know how Mr. Sun God is. But saying rain, baby, send me some rain, man. Look, I gotta go. Okay, Magay, I'll see what I can do. Bueno, hasta luego. Don't forget, send rain. Bueno, bye.
My father passed away in 2018. And so my mother passed away in 2007. So this is my father loved to wear suits. He grew up in Pharr, Texas. Went to college, barely went to college. I saw his transcript. He loved to wear suits. He worked a lot in the fields with my grandfather, picking cotton and cleaning up fruits and vegetables from packing sheds. And he loved to wear a suit. And so we donated a lot of his suits to places where, for people who need to have business attire when the time comes. And I donated a lot of those, and so it's very interesting always when you have to clean the closet and smell the smells that are so familiar. His suits still hang in the copious closet, solemn, calming grays, dark blues like the endless Gulf night skies. He is expertly knotting his tie as a teen, understanding so young how he loved a suit. crisp white shirt, a skinny tie with the half-Windsor knot. Elegant and yet aggressive, possessive as the giant swan. These suits gave him wings. Even on the way to confession, he knew early on he would fly past his father's fields of cantaloupes, onions, and cotton.
Hello, I'm Marisol Cortez. I'm a writer and a poet here in San Antonio, Texas. And for this youth portion of Mega Corazón, what I wanted to do was kind of dig back in my own archives and pick a poem that I wrote when I myself was a young person. I wrote this poem back in January of 1996 when I was a junior in high school. And it's based on my experience at my first job, which was working to bag groceries at H-E-B. And it's a poem called Hope, to grape eaters who consider surrender. Somewhere a register clicks, and the bright light aisles and the checkout stands whir in the 24-hour glow of an indefinite phosphorescent day, cracked forever open as it nears a 5 o'clock that might as well not exist. Each bag boy checks his watch. Each checker bends to right the imperfection of shoelaces. Each stalker returns to the shelves 5 cartons of eggs, 3 gallons of milk, 2 boxes of cereal with equation names, corn, pop culture figure X, and dried marshmallows. Dust rises, but never settles, invisible points on a morphine coordinate plane, but touches neither Pyrex floor nor the pendulum fronds of a broom pushed somewhere, where soilless fruit is stacked in prisms, the harvest-nibed fluorescent winter, the blossom in vitro, the seed stillborn, removed in advance from a bloodless womb. Somewhere the silent arms of the sweeper sigh, and a single grape is coughed to the floor. He pauses, places the grape in his mouth, and smiles. Just then, the man is heard to blink, electric, rusty, just a little.
Words. Yeah. You know, sometimes we're reading something and we come across a word that we don't know the true definition of. So I suggest take your time, stop, and look it up in the dictionary. Find out what that word really means so that you grow mentally with your wordage. And the more words you have, the more ways you can express yourself and understand the universe of words. So, I'm going to say this poem about words. The power of power itself ebbs and flows like all the other words and the meanings of those words. Respect. The power of the word respect. What does it mean? And then the power of the opposite of words. Disrespect, purpose, humor, loss, desire, unique, loud, soft, tender, suspense. All the words you want to consider, ponder, digest, regurgitate, manipulate, and use in your everyday. All of them just sit there in the domain of words, waiting to be used. None of them have a plan except the word plan. None of them want to be used except the word used. And I've used the word used so many times, and it's still there to be used. It should be used to it by now. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but It's there, sitting in its nutshell, up on a shelf, in the garden, in the yard. The power of words. We can dodge an idea or stand tall and spit them out with loud voices or in a whisper only God can hear. Death and life and all those other words we describe the world with are there. Build with them. Believe in the power of words. A sea of words, an ocean of phrases, lakes of emotions mixed to create uniquité in each of the words I speak.
Hello, I'm Amanda Flores, and I'd like to share something with you today that I wrote when I was just beginning to write. And when I was just beginning to write, I started to jot down all the ideas in my notebook, and too often that's all that became of them. And so it made me sad looking through my notebooks years later just to find great ideas that never became anything. And so I wrote this poem about those ideas. And for any aspiring writers out there, or even if you haven't started writing yet, I hope that this might encourage you to do something with the ideas you have jotted down, even if they're just jotted down up here. Ideas used to travel in large groups and are what was initially identified by the Egyptians as the sun. As with missing people, the first 24 hours are the most imperative for locating missing ideas. He was just right there, and I turned around for just a second. We've all heard the hysterical parents panicking, gasping, and pacing as they retrace their steps. If you haven't already learned it from CSI Without a Trace or any of those other cool detective series with wild graphics, hear and learn it now. The first 24 hours are the most important. Only 20% of missing ideas are found after the first 24 hours, and less than 1% of those found are ever found alive. He had a stunted growth, and he wasn't even breastfed. All good ideas are. Ideas who grew up on formula are always a bit riskier than others. The parents, hardly parents, legal guardian maybe, but even that might have been too much paperwork. I'd say you were renting, subleasing. You shouldn't have ever had that idea in the first place. Mama said you were far too young for an idea of your own, and father tried his preaching. When ideas start having ideas, you know we're in trouble, because gosh knows you can hardly support yourself. But you never heeded what father was preaching, because you knew very well your idea could be the next Eisenhower or Edison light bulb idea. Your idea almost had a name. At 2 weeks, your idea has formed fingernails and developed a heartbeat. You think ideas grow on trees? Well, maybe for you, but back in my day, we used to have to walk 10 miles in the snow to our ideas. Ideas are not like cell phone minutes or well-trained dogs. There is no roll over. Will my ideas expire at the end of the year? If you want money for your idea, however gently used you claim, we're going to need the title, and it must be in your name. Otherwise, again, that machine was never yours in the first place. Crash your idea into the tree you think they so prolifically grow on, and you're out of both ideas and any remnant of any luck down Idea Creek with no idea how to paddle, and, well, you didn't think you should waste another $50 to get your idea insured. What about in case of flood or fire? We tried to tell you. Ideas don't grow on money. You think you can just adopt an idea like a friggin' goldfish, put it in a bowl, name him Howard, and call him yours? No. Like any fish, you must water it daily and watch it grow. But we don't have days for this. Race for the idea. Big brother, big idea, or big idea, big sister program. Tell everyone who's ever asked that that's the big idea. Tell dad you're keeping your idea, and remind the congregation to pray for all the ideas in purgatory and stuck in idea limbo. Your idea is a grungy flannel shirt, and it would have much preferred to burn out than to fade away, but something can only fade away if it made a mark to begin with. So write it down. If only we could find as much satisfaction and closure from executing our ideas as we do executing our criminals. This is Texas, y'all. All you want to do is tell that dude to go to his room. But Idea Protective Services came down, and now it's just supervised visits on the weekends, Christmas Eve, Thanksgiving, and every other Easter. Not to mention, you've lost your check to Idea Support. All of this just to have Maury Povich announce that in the case of 2-year-old Idea, you are not the father. Or worse, the idea takes years, so long to grow and share that by the time you do, your references are way out of date.
This next poem is for my son. It's entitled Boom, Bang, Pow. My son runs up to me and says, "Boom, bang, pow, I gotcha, Dad," as he delicately holds his Transformers toy with such confidence. He is the protagonist in this story, and I am but the foe, so easily defeated. I react conventionally as any parent would and pretend to fall gracefully. He is victorious, and as I peek out from under the covers, I see his smile, all glimmer and assurance, but his pupils read understanding. You see, me and my son, we are just playing, allowing our imagination to run wild, but for some reason, I tend to forget that I am a child as well. Most days, I approach life, toy expectation in hand, and I say, "Boom, bang, pow, I got you this time." Life reacts conventionally and pretends to fall gracefully, allowing me to feel victorious. But when the universe peeks out from under the covers, I am waiting to challenge it once again. You see, me and my son like to play hide and seek, and most times I let him think that he found me. But to be honest, I barely even move. Most days I see beauty and benevolence in small things. God laughs, hand over mouth, feet poking out from under the curtains. I found you. You see, my son frequently doesn't want to do things that will benefit him long term, like brushing his teeth. He can't perceive why this inconvenience is necessary, but I say, "Trust me, baby, it's for your own good." My life is a toy box, and all I can think about is candy. When I come home from work, my son says, "I missed you." I say, "I know, baby. Daddy has been working to get you everything you deserve." At night, I complain to the void and always get the same response, "I'm working on it." I love my son beyond his comprehension, but I have to allow him to fail. I have to allow him to fall so he can progress, discover, and when I have to, I'll protect him from myself. Now, to him, that might seem unfair. It might be conceived as punishment, but everything I do for my son is out of compassion. Boom, bang, pow, I got you this time. The earth falls. I toddle this earth, hands full of sand and dirt, and I claim morality. I am bouncy ball thoughts and pupils made of want and curiosity. My fingertips are birthday candles I will never blow out. Sometimes I pretend I'm a hero, and my journal is my secret layer. That's just the layer of the cake. My mistakes become improvised, abstract details I work into the painting. I am still growing, collecting balloons inflated of potential, saturated with dreams and Lego philosophies, but I still refuse to perceive the universe as a loving parent. I label it enemy, I label it mountain or challenge, something I need to defeat. And in those moments when I feel like I'm losing, I remember my son and his expression. We're not really fighting, right, Daddy? No, baby. We're just playing, right? Right. Boom, bang, pow, I got you this time. Thank you.
There are so many people out there who have been helping get us through this pandemic and through these dark times. And so This is a poem dedicated to a lot of the people who help us get our food, which we very often take for granted. And they are among all the other heroes who are helping us out through this dark time. This is called Let's Say Grace. I try to teach my son that we will not eat or quench our thirst without humbling ourselves for a moment and praying first. Of course, I thank the multitudes of sky gods and lords and ladies of light, celestial queens of cosmic benevolence, and all divine givers and finders of human sustenance for this bounty and this manna, for this daily gift that we break in order to share. But I also thank the many, many, many manos and so many hermanas and hermanos whose hands and arms and backs and legs and feet have miraculously placed this food here for us to eat. Without considering all the work behind every dish, it seems as easy for us as simply making a wish. I thank those who plant and grow, who bend and plant and grow and pick, who wake and plant and grow and pick and load. I thank those who drive the long roads to us, who connect sleepless miles to our dreamy wants. I thank those who herd, who slaughter and butcher, who package, who stock, who prepare, who cook, who wrap, who bag, who serve, who hand us meals through small windows with tired eyes, forced to smile weary hellos. Without these and so many countless others, so many of our sisters and brothers, we would never be able to sit so sweetly and comfortably at our table. Of course, I thank the multitudes of sky gods and lords and ladies of light, celestial queens of cosmic benevolence, and all divine givers and finders of human sustenance for this bounty and this manna, for this daily gift that we break in order to share. But I don't always look up when I pray, for there's always a take to the time-honored givens. Our greatest praise is not always meant to rise up to the heavens.
A poem by a poet I hope everyone knows, and a poem which says some things which we need to say right now. The poet, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, died very recently at the end of February of this year at the age of 101. He was one of the fathers of the Beat generation of poets and a remarkable poet, publisher, editor, amazing. This is his poem, Poetry as Insurgent Art. I am signaling you through the flames. I am signaling you through the flames. The North Pole is not where it used to be. Manifest destiny is no longer manifest. Civilization self-destructs. Nemesis is knocking at the door. What are poets for in such an age? What is the use of poetry? The state of the world calls out for poetry to save it. If you would be a poet, create works capable of answering the challenge of apocalyptic times, even if this meaning sounds apocalyptic. You are Whitman, you are Poe, you are Mark Twain, you are Emily Dickinson and Edna St. Vincent Millay, you are Neruda and Mayakovsky and Pasolini. You are an American or a non-American. You can conquer the conquerors with words.
Today I'm going to be reading a Sandra Cisneros poem called Bay Poem from Berkeley. Mornings, I still reach for you before opening my eyes. An antique habit from last summer when we pulled each other into the heat of groin and belly, slept with one arm around another. The Texas sun was like that, like a body asleep beside you. When I open my eyes to the flannel and down, mist at the window, and blue light from the bay, I remember where I am. This weight on the other side of the bed is only books, not you. What I said, I loved you more than you, true. Though these mornings, I wish books could love back.
One of my favorite poets is Hafiz, Hafiz. He's from Persia, back in the 14th century, roughly contemporary with other ecstatic poets, Rumi and Kabir, and is considered the national poet of Iran. I once had a house guest from Iran, and he told me that in Shiraz, which is the hometown of Hafiz, his poetry is quoted commonly in conversation. So this is a picture of Hafiz. There he is. And this poem is translated by Daniel Ludinsky and myself. Forget every idea of right and wrong that any classroom ever taught you, because an empty heart, a tormented soul, unkindness, jealousy, and fear are testimony that you have been completely fooled. Turn your back on those who would imprison your wondrous spirit with deceit and lies. Come join the honest company of the king's beggars, gamblers, scoundrels, and divine clowns, and those astonishing fair courtesans who need divine love every night. Come join the courageous ones who have no choice but to bet their entire world that indeed God is real. I will lead you into the circle of the beloved's cunning thieves. All those playful rogues, they are the ones you can trust for true guidance. Someone who can aid you on this blessed calamity of life. Hafiz, look at the perfect one, at the circle center. The one who resides inside wants to tell you something. This dear world and everything in existence is God loving you.
Hello, I'm Amanda Flores, and I'd like to share a poem written by Charles Bukowski. It's called So You Want to Be a Writer. And whenever I feel as though I have writer's block, which is any time I ever sit down to write, even when I think I've got a great idea to pen, sometimes I feel like I'm just wringing myself out like a dry towel, which, as you might imagine, there's not much to wring out of that. And sometimes I wonder if I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror in my office, and I see how much I seem to be suffering. I wonder why. Why do I do this to myself? And so when I'm there and I'm feeling the most dry, and the block is bigger than I could fathom, I often look to this piece by Mr. Bukowski. to try and rev myself back up again. So You Want to Be a Writer by Charles Bukowski. If it doesn't come bursting out of you in spite of everything, don't do it. Unless it comes unasked out of your heart and your mind and your mouth and your gut, don't do it. If you have to sit for hours staring at your computer screen or hunched over your typewriter searching for words, don't do it. If you're doing it for money or fame, don't do it. If you're doing it because you want women in your bed, don't do it. If you have to sit there and rewrite it again and again, don't do it. If it's hard work just thinking about doing it, don't do it. If you're trying to write like somebody else, forget about it. If you have to wait for it to roar out of you, well, then wait patiently. And if it never does roar out of you, do something else. If you first have to read it to your wife or to your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your parents or to anybody at all, you're not ready. Don't be like so many writers. Don't be like so many thousands of people who call themselves writers. Don't be dull and boring and pretentious. Don't be consumed with self-love. The libraries of the world have yawned themselves to sleep over your kind. Don't add to that. Don't do it. Unless it comes out of your soul like a rocket, unless being still would drive you to madness or to suicide or to murder, don't do it. Unless the sun inside you is burning your gut, don't do it. When it is truly time, and if you have been chosen, it will do it by itself. And it will keep on doing it until you die or it dies in you. There is no other way, and there never was.
The next poem I'm going to read is by Lorna Di Cervantes, and she's included in this anthology, Puro Chicanx Writers of the 21st Century. I am one of the editors, along with Edward Vidaurre, Luis Alberto Urrea, Carmen Tafoya, and many other great writers, contemporary Chicano, Chicanx, Latinx writers. And this poem is by Lorna Di Cervantes, and it's called The River Doesn't Want the Wall. And it's a poem that it's, has a political tenor and tone. And Lorna Di Cervantes has been one of those poets that has always been part of my reading experience, and I've learned a lot from her about writing and about saying things that are worthwhile. The River Doesn't Want the Wall by Lorna Di Cervantes. The river doesn't want the wall. It wants to ring free where it wants. The river doesn't want the wall. It wants to roam through the home of the brave. It wants to run free with salmon, with stone, with ceremonies older than borders. It wants to cross with the swell and drain. Rain doesn't want the wall to contain it, to constrain the span of progress. Rivers want to merge its way to confluence. River wants to mingle and feed. River wants the rocks to sing freedom's song. River wants wind to speak its peace. The river doesn't want the wall. The land won't let it. The floods won't cede. The people will sing. The river wants to let freedom ring. The river wants to let my people go.
Every year for Mega Corazón, we get the opportunity to pick the work of somebody who has inspired us in their own writing and be able to read it or perform it for you. And so this year, I chose a couple of short pieces from this chapbook that I really like which is all about vultures and grackles, called Birds Nobody Loves. And it's by an Austin poet just up the road named James Brush. And the first piece is kind of a prose poem piece called God Hates Grackles. They drove down from some megachurch in Kansas with signs reading, God hates grackles, and grackles spread disease and crap on everything. One little girl with blonde pigtails tied with blue ribbons carried a sign saying, No more icky turds. They marched up and down the street outside the Capitol chanting verses from Leviticus about unclean birds, occasionally stopping to extol the virtues of godly American fried chicken and turkey club sandwiches. From their trees, the grackles watched with little interest. They heard the repetitive neck, neck, neck of the chanters and wondered at the rusty hinge noises they made on the street below, but mostly they preened their shiny purple feathers and craned their necks towards the open sky above. This went on for most of the afternoon, and as the heat increased, the protesters grew more desperate, more willing to go beyond the veil of free speech. One man cast a stone. There was a moment's pause as the world waited for the grackles to craft a response. Seconds grew to minutes, and the protesters glanced at one another, nervous, waiting. Suddenly, all the grackles exploded skyward in a storm of wings and wild hallelujahs. The protesters watched with squinted eyes as the birds flew ever higher, each beat of their dark wings carrying them deeper into the sky and closer to God than anyone on the street could imagine. Blinded by the summer sky into which the grackles had disappeared, the protesters fumbled for their signs, packed them back on the bus, cursing the ugly grackles for their filthy ways and for not being bluebirds or cardinals. Resentful and secretly wishing they too had wings and beautiful, iridescent plumage, they drove back north, never once leaving the ground. And then the next piece, really short little poem called Say Grackle. Purple iridescence, a hard-edged thrill to say. How can a person not love the chance to repeat the word, grackle? I'll never understand why everyone hates grackles, but then I don't have thousands living in my trees. Outside my window, a fledgling takes food. An adult teaches the young bird how to live. I'll lose a whole day watching, wishing them well. Grackle, grackle, grackle.
This is one of my favorite poems in the world, if not my favorite. I've been in love with it since I was a very young kid. It's one of the earliest poems, if not the earliest poem, that I ever remember making an impact on me. And for almost 50 years, it has continued to inspire me, and I look back at it. And so I have chosen to read it here today. It is a poem by William Blake, and the reason that it's been so instrumental to helping me write and in keeping me engaged with poetry is for very, very simple things. It was powerful with its rhyme and with its imagery of this tiger, of this animal, of this creature with glowing eyes. And for a child, to me, that was so attractive. It drew me in with its rhythms, its simplicity, its mystery, its complete artistic quality for a child who did not really know what art was. It just felt like it was a very powerful piece, and it felt entertaining, and it felt like a dream, and it felt like everything good that poetry does for our minds, especially as children's. And so here goes. Let's see if I can swing. Tiger, Tiger by William Blake. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dared frame thy fearful symmetry? In the distant deeps or skies burned that fire within thine eyes. On what wings dared he aspire? What the hand dared seize the fire? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? When thy heart began to beat, what dread hand formed thy dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain knit thy strength and forged thy brain? What the anvil, what dread grasp dared thy deadly terrors clasp? And when the stars threw down their spears and watered heavens with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dared frame thy fearful symmetry?
This next poem is one that I've always liked since I read it, since it was introduced to me. It is not one of my own. This one is by Elizabeth Bishop. And I think I can relate to a lot of it. It's called One Art. The art of losing isn't hard to master. So many things seem filled with the intent to be lost that their loss is no disaster. Lose something every day, accept the fluster of lost door keys, the hour badly spent. The art of losing isn't hard to master. I lost my mother's watch. And look, my last or next to last or 3 loved houses went. The art of losing isn't hard to master. I lost 2 cities, loved ones, and vaster. Some realms I owned, 2 rivers, a continent. I missed them, but I wasn't a disaster. Even losing you, that joking voice, a gesture I love, I shan't have lied. It's evident the art of losing is not too hard to master, though it may look like, write it, like disaster.
So I chose to read a poem by Carmen Tafoya. As most of us in San Antonio know, she was our inaugural poet laureate. And her inaugural poem spoke volumes to me. It wasn't so much a surprise. Carmen Tafoya has a way of integrating history and people into the culture of San Antonio. But what I loved most about what Tafoya did in this inaugural poem was that she included a layer of a new language of people who were being resettled in San Antonio as refugees. She included the Karen language, and it especially spoke to me because I, in fact, work with refugee communities here in San Antonio. So the poem I chose to read is San Antonio is a young Yanaguana woman. All spirit, strength, and spark, her skin a cinnamon summer, an autumn pecan, her eyes steady stars in October's dark sky, arms graceful as weeping willow branches. She unravels her hair, that long wave of a river, winding, winding right through our hearts, pouring clear through our dreams. That's when she sings in ancient rhythms of her native tongue, unconquered tunes twirled like mesquite bark, gnarled like centuries of river oak, shaping the gentleness of buffalo grass. the wildness of wind, a melody trickling cool as river water. San Antonio is a young, strong Yanaguana woman who learned Spanish and then English and then Tex-Mex or German, Vietnamese, Czech, Greek, Karen, and 100 other flowing tongues to lull the child to sleep. San Antonio is a smart, young Yanaguana woman who sings chants, calls, disclaims, exalts in all the languages of her embroidered rebozo, bordado con colors and cultures, but never once forgets the hum and the rumble of her still growing reach, river, roots.
I want to celebrate, I want to honor a Polish poet. She died in 2012. She's got a beautiful name, and I hope I'm pronouncing it, doing justice to it. Wisława Szymborska. Wisława Szymborska, Polish poet. And she inspires me because she writes, of course, growing up in that Polish area, in those countries, with a lot of angst, a lot of upheavals, political upheavals. But what I appreciate about her is her sense of humor. We can all relate to that. We need humor, and we also need a creative spirit. For example, the first poem I'm going to share with you is a prosopopoeia. That's when an object, when something non-human speaks. And it encourages me to stay creative, to look at things as not just objects, but as living things, that if they had a voice, they would speak. And what might they say? That's why Szymborska is so important to me, and I hope will be important to you. So let me start with advertisement. And that's another reason why she's so important, is because she comments like all writers do, because they observe, they pay attention, they listen, they notice about what's happening in the culture, what is happening to us. This is called advertisement. I am a tranquilizer. I am effective at home. I work well at the office. I take exams. I appear in court. I carefully mend broken crockery. All you need do is take me, dissolve me under the tongue. All you need do is swallow me. Just wash me down with water. I know how to cope with misfortune, how to endure bad news, take the edge off injustice, make up for the absence of God, help pick out your widow's weeds. What are you waiting for? Have faith in chemistry's compassion. You're still a young man, woman. You really should settle down somehow. Who said life must be lived courageously? Hand your abyss over to me. I will line it with soft sleep. You'll be grateful for the four-footed landing. Sell me your soul. There's no other buyer likely to turn up. There's no other devil left. Her other poem, entitled In Praise of My Sister. And I like this poem because I asked my mom one time, how come I like poetry, how come I write poetry? And she told me about her sister, my aunt that I never met. Her name was Gregoria, and how she and her two brothers who were musicians would make money on the side by entertaining at weddings, and she would write poems for the newlywed. In praise of my sister. My sister does not write poems, and it's unlikely she'll suddenly start writing poems. She takes after her mother, who did not write poems, and after her father, who also did not write poems. Under my sister's roof, I feel safe. Nothing would move my sister's husband to write poems. And though it sounds like a poem by Adam Masendotsky, none of my relatives is engaged in the writing of poems. In my sister's desk, there are no old poems, nor any new ones in her handbag. And when my sister invites me to dinner, I know she has no intention of reading me poems. She makes superb soups without half trying, and her coffee does not spill on manuscripts. In many families, no one writes poems, but when they do, it's seldom just one person. Sometimes poetry flows in cascades of generations, which sets up fearsome eddies in family relations. My sister cultivates a decent spoken prose. Her entire literary output is on vacation postcards that promise the same thing every year, that when she returns, she'll tell us everything. 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 Wisława Szymborska won the Nobel Prize for Poetry in 1996.
This next poem was written by Paul Aluda in 1942. He is a surrealism poet, and I find him very interesting. This poem is entitled Absence. I speak to you across cities. I speak to you across plains. My mouth is upon your pillow. Both faces of the walls come meeting. My voice discovering you. I speak to you of entities. Oh, cities, memories of cities, cities wrapped in our desires, cities come early, cities come lately, cities strong and cities secret, plundered of their masters builders. All their thinkers, all their ghosts, fields, pattern of emeralds, bright living surviving, the harvest of the sky over our earth. Feeds my voice, I dream and weep, I laugh and dream, among the flames, among the clusters of the sun, and over my body, your body spreads the sheets of its bright mirror.
So this piece is written by Nikki Giovanni, who I had the pleasure of meeting and interviewing for a podcast, and this poem is called Kidnap Poem. Ever been kidnapped by a poet? If I were a poet, I'd kidnap you. Put you in my phrases and meter, you to Jones Beach or maybe Coney Island or maybe just to my house. Lyric you in lilacs, dash you in the rain, blend into the beach. To compliment me, see, play the lyre for you, ode you with my love song, anything to win you. Wrap you in red, black, green, show you off to my mama. Yeah, if I were a poet, I'd kidnap you.
I'm delighted to be able to share with you the poetry of someone that I really, really feel is so powerful. I have many, many favorites of hers, and this is one that comes from the book Furia. The poet is Irene Lara Silva. Now, when they asked us to read a poem from somebody who had influenced us greatly in our writing, I immediately thought of Irene, but then I remembered that I started writing poetry seriously in the 1970s and the 80s and the 90s, and it wasn't till about 1999 or 2000 that I met Irene, and she was just a young kid just starting out her writing career. And yet I learned from her, because we as poets and as writers are always learning. We're always trying to get better and improve, and poetry becomes a conversation between us and other human beings. So when I hear her voice and it strikes me as powerful and it strikes me as deep, I know that she's had an influence on me, even though I had been writing for many decades by the time I met her. This poem is from a section called My Heart Has Spent Itself in Ink, and the poem itself is called Embrace Me Written, Embrace Me Painted. I want to hold your face in my hands, taste the salt lapping against the shores of your eyes, feel the heat of 2 hot words writhing between your skin, my lips. I want to soothe the hurt before it can be born, swallow it whole and fiery, leafed and thorned. Your poems weeping in my belly, their limbs flinging ochre and turquoise, cave paintings born in frenzied trances. Cry me a poem and I will cradle it, and you hold sorrow too large for my hands, the way I held the immense ocean in my arms at night, surrendering horizons and gravity, the assurance of earth solid beneath my feet.
I've chosen the poem Jerusalem. It's a poem written by the great British poet William Blake. This is a poem from 1810, and it's a poem that begins the work that he came to call Milton, his great epic poem called Milton. This is a poem that's always fascinated me and inspired me because it's a call to the poet to imagine him or herself into the time of prophecy, epic, and wonder. In this case, Blake is imagining all of the stories of biblical lore, particularly the centrality of the place of Jerusalem. He's imagining that all coming into focus in England, in the land that he lives in. So it always gave me a way of thinking about prophetic legacies of our past, whether in Aztec Mexico or ancient Greece, and thinking about those as being rooted and fostered in San Antonio de Béjar. So Jerusalem by William Blake, 1810. And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green? And was the holy Lamb of God on England's pleasant pastures seen? And did the countenance divine shine forth upon our clouded hills? And was Jerusalem builded here among these dark satanic mills? Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear. O clouds, unfold. Bring me my chariots of fire. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land.
I want to share some works by Charles Bukowski. He's a 60s, 50s. He was born in the 30s. And kind of dire and dark and drunken. And all of those kind of fit my psyche, my situation as a human on this planet. But Charles Bukowski says things in a way that not many people are capable of doing. A lot of people try to copy him, and there's nobody but Charles. This is called Big Time Loser. I was on the train to Del Mar, and I left my seat to go to the bar car. I had a beer and came back and sat down. "Pardon me," said the lady next to me, "but you're sitting in my husband's seat." "Oh, yeah," I said. I picked up my racing form and began studying it. The first race looked tough. Then a man was standing there. "Hey, buddy, you're in my seat." "I already told him," said the lady, "but he didn't pay any attention." "This is my seat," I told the man. "It's bad enough he takes my seat," said the man, looking around. "But now he's reading my racing form." I looked up at him. He was puffing his chest out. "Look at you," I said, "puffing your goddamn chest out." "You're in my seat, buddy," he told me. "Look," I said, "I've been in this seat since the train left the station. Ask anybody." "No, that's right," said a man behind me. "He had that seat when the train left the station." "Are you sure?" "Sure, I'm sure." I got up and walked to the next car. There was my empty seat by the window, and there was my racing form. I went back to the other car. The man was reading his racing form. "Hey," I started to say. "Forget it," said the man. "Just leave us alone," said the wife. I walked back to my car, sat down and looked out the window, pretending to be interested in the landscape, happy that people in my car didn't know what the people in the other car knew.
This is a poem by the late Gil Scott-Heron, which he recorded and released in 1970 when man landed on the moon. A rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon. Her face and arms began to swell, and Whitey's on the moon. You know, I can't pay my doctor bills with Whitey on the moon. 10 years from now, I'll be paying still while Whitey's on the moon. The man just upped my rent last night 'cause Whitey's on the moon. No hot water, no toilets, and no lights, but Whitey's on the moon. I wonder why he's upping me 'cause Whitey's on the moon. I was already paying him $50 a week, but now Whitey's on the moon. Taxes taking my whole damn check, junkies making me a nervous wreck. The price of food is going up, as if that shit wasn't enough. A rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon. Her face and arms began to swell, but Whitey's on the moon. Was all that money I made last year for Whitey on the moon? How come there ain't no money here, Whitey's on the moon. You know, I just about had my fill of Whitey on the moon. I think I'll send these doctor bills, air mail special, to Whitey on the moon. So this is my response to Gil. I wrote earlier this year when there was a freeze in Texas. An Arctic blast hit Texas the same week drones landed on Mars. Pipes froze, busted, and began to leak, but drones are now on Mars. Millions lost power all over the state, but drones are now on Mars. Our politicians seem to hibernate while drones landed on Mars. Many homes were worse than camping sites with drones now on Mars. No water, no heat, no goddamn lights, but hey, drones are now on Mars. Now, I can't pay my electric bill with drones on Mars. I heard 10 years from now we'll be paying still, but drones are now on Mars. Texas was abandoned by Ted Fled Cruz. Talking heads blame windmills on the news. Greg Abbott looked warm in that Fox studio. When we vote again, they all have to go, cause an Arctic blast hit South Texas the same week drones landed on Mars. Pipes froze, busted, and began to leak, but hey, drones are now on Mars. At least 111 people died in the storm, but drones are now on Mars. Oil, gas, and ERCOT can't keep you warm, but drones are now on Mars. Were all the taxes we paid last year for drones to land on Mars? How come that money isn't spent right here, Drones are now on Mars. You know, just like Gil, I've had my fill of drones landing on Mars. We should all mail our next electric bill, COD. No, not to Mars, to Ted Cruz. 3028 Ella Lee Lane, Houston, Texas, 77019.
Hello out there, I'm Amanda Flores. I have had the pleasure of being a poet here in San Antonio for many years, and I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all of the sponsors who make events like this possible, events like Mega Corazón, year after year after year. We could not do it, and when I say we, I mean the poets, without our sponsors and that funding. Especially to the San Antonio Department of Arts and Culture throughout the years. I and my landlords, thank you graciously, because we all know how much rent you've paid. So thank you for making it possible for us to do what we love what we do, and continue sharing it with you.
As poets and as artists working in San Antonio, we very much want to show our gratitude and our appreciation for the people who bring these events and understand the importance, the significance, the urgency of having art as a way to do many things in our city and beyond. Two very important organizations who do very important work and fund many artists is the Texas Commission of the Arts and Humanities Texas. They continue year after year to bring art to people everywhere, to students, to important curriculum to teachers, funding artists who make incredible statements about the world we live in. And it is with a great full heart that we thank these two important organizations. Texas Commission of the Arts and Humanities Texas, we thank you very much for your continued support in the work that we do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eddie Vega, and I'm happy to be here to share my poetry with you as part of Mega Corazón. This first poem is called Career Exploration, and it's actually about my father, who was an immigrant, who came to not only get better experience for himself, but one for his children. In 7th grade, we had a class called Career Exploration. We were encouraged to explore different jobs and paths in life to find what our place might be someday in the workforce. We took vocational tests, aptitude tests, and vocational aptitude tests, and given results, told that we would someday make excellent auto mechanics, grocers, retail sales clerks, infantry soldiers, and if you try real hard, boys and girls, someday you too could be a manager. Our field trip that year was to McDonald's. They showed us how they make them Big Macs so fast, how they build those little boxes to put them in. And before we left, they made sure that we knew how to punch a time clock. When Miss Grimley asked what our parents did, we hesitated before saying things like, he fixes cars, she works at Kmart, he drives a truck. See, what Miss Grimley didn't know that our parents were actually engineers, accountants, psychiatrists, and teachers. They crossed the border with knowledge and experience, but had to leave their experience and credentials behind. My father was a teacher, but he exchanged his white collar for a blue one in order to get a green card. And the only time I saw him in a classroom was when he visited as a parent, listening to teachers talk to him as if he didn't know anything about pedagogy. He stood in silence despite having so much to say. My father was the most well-educated toll collector on the international border, traded desks in rows for cars and columns. His podium turned into a cash register, and he asked people to pay $1 instead of pay attention. Our immigrant parents left opportunities for themselves to find better ones for their families. They took the jobs Americans didn't want so their kids could take whatever jobs that they wanted. Our immigrant parents started us on a path to their American dreams. My father stopped being a teacher so that I could be one.
The functionality of hinges. The old dead tree no longer whispers its mulberry phrases, no emanations of sound from the dry tips of old branches to the dry and lifeless roots underground. Washing day will find its clean rags hanging from its branches, sheets stained and sunny, flip and flutter in the slight breeze, where now the grouchy old poet peruses his morning scribbles, squinting in the light and complaining about it. The bluebonnets ride the fence line and once winced at the weed whacker's busy murder, and now languish in the murky shadows. High in the sky, cumulus arriving in its stratosphere, like pillars holding up the sky, like a painting unfinished but complete. The sunrise lingered as if laughing at the possibilities. I shake the wrinkles out of my crushed and unused paper and see if it will fit this poem. Scratching my dog-eared book of poems for new and unused phrases, my cup runneth toward the gate, the coffee paddling for freedom from my hungry thirst. I sit in the shadow of this once green planet and fill myself with wonderment at the functionality of hinges.
I satisfy the muse, my songwriter of love, of death lilies and earth soil. He walks out of me, lands on the sheets, scattered, pages strewn across the floor, demands attention when words muddle, when I refuse the reach, muddle when my heart and my swollen angel refuse the beating. Life's yellow canaries caught in the jaws, feathers transparent at the edges, fleeting. Those black curls and twisted backs that swirl their bodies like salivating cats, circling the ankles, waiting to be served, or men in single file who know that look in the eyes, recognize the ripe tone of skin flushed, the dewdrops that escape from the edges of lips, and breasts that lift, that demand attention. My flesh manipulates this muse, calms his greedy tongue. With these words I find daunting, words I craft to soothe, to sing out those tired fantasies of mermaids stranded on rocks, their pink mouths unhinged, salivating, waiting to be served, to be saved. Oh, those lullabies of lies that puff his chest with strokes of undulating love notes, flagrantly loosened from my throat, from my fingertips. I place his prize on the platter at the edge of his table like Robusto cigars with heavy scented tobacco, those soft notes of earth, sweet spice. I pour the whiskey into the beveled crystal. My muse, he is so easily satisfied.
I'm going to read one more poem in Spanish, and before I do, I want to say hello to my friends in San Antonio, the Rio Grande Valley, and to my students at Our Lady of the Lake University, and my colleagues. Un saludo. La orilla de la noche. Le diré a mi madre que deje de cubrirse los pies con la orilla de la noche, que me prometa no morir en diciembre como lo hizo mi padre. Imagínate la Navidad, las gardenias con la nieve en la punta de sus lenguas, los perros enjaulados lamiendo el invierno de sus huesos. Ya no tengo estrellas en mis manos para alumbrar caminos. Por eso te digo, madre, ya no te cubras los pies con la orilla de la noche.
My name is Jessica Zertuche. I go by Tilton in the poetry scene here in San Antonio. I'm going to do a poem for you today called Apology. I'd like to apologize to the generations who will come after me. I'm sorry for the lack of attention that this world will bring to the intricate details that compose your individuality. I'm sorry for the lack of prevention for the times you failed so you think it's your fault and that's just reality. I'm sorry for the lack of dimension this world has, so instead of being deep to fit, be flat and have a shallow personality. I'm sorry that people will be more interested in your waist size than your mind's eye, or your bank prize than your good time, and they'll say, don't come inside if you're not dressed right. We'll have your clothes stitched real tight and your mind sewn just right before any insight slips inside. And I'm sorry if nobody takes the time out of their busy 9 to 5 to remind you that you're beautiful, to tell you that you're usable, to ensure you that this This is doable, and I'm sorry if you're afraid, just like the rest of us. I'm sorry it's so normal to let this world get the best of us. We keep confusing interaction with the internet and substituting nature for television. And to know the truth about religion, you will have to be enlightened, and I'm sorry that's a service that this world is not providing. You're growing up when hip-hop is dead and rock and roll is long gone, so you listen to crap when the radio turns on. I'm sorry that you'll probably eat more McDonald's than you will vegetables and spend more time at Walmart than you will with your real father. I'm sorry to the sons and all of the daughters who found a simple girl than several ways to complicate her, and all the boys who got employed just so they could try to date her. They won't become famous for being a teacher or a doctor, and they'll have to be a liar if they want to be a lawyer. Please excuse the limitations in this world made up of borders. I'm sorry that we all live in boxes and pay taxes, and we're constantly working towards tomorrow's happinesses. I'm sorry that we live in a world being ruled by a piece of paper. But you can't do nothing without that piece of paper, man. And I'm sorry that no one will give you a plan or hold your hand, and girls learn to shake their butt before they learn how to stand up for themselves. And I'm sorry if no one gives you any help. And one day, you want to put your dreams on the shelf and your hopes in the closet, but listen to me before you close that door and lock it. You're beautiful. You're funny, talented, inspired, and I'm sorry that this poem cannot show you your own fire. You are the sun. You are the earth. And a miracle happened on the day of your birth. Thank you.
High school students, you should know there is a move afoot post Amanda Gorman and the inaugural poem, post Amanda Gorman and the Time magazine cover. There is a movement afoot to get a city poet, youth poet laureate designation, and those of you who are writers in high school right now, those of you who are creative writing teachers in high schools right now, keep an ear out, nominate great student writers. This will happen. I have been pushing it now for a few years, but I think Amanda Gorman gave us the last little oomph to get it done. So we have a lot of friends who have had vegetable gardens through the pandemic, and this is called Garden in the Plague for Susan and Ben and Linda and Stephen. Harvest across seasons, the pace of the food, row upon row of foodstuffs, the pace of the grower, plenty. No need to mask and supermarket. Greens, a forest of greens, salad bowls overflowing, fenced or raised to discourage rabbits. Squashes and the one or two missed beneath leaves grown to gargantuan. Tomatoes, some soon to be sauces, others just with mayo on good bread, more for canning. Carrots, potatoes, onions emerge from the earth where they have sheltered in place. This is the song of the planting, the weeding, the harvest, and the meal. Each crop in its own time, in this time of no time, when people without gardens get lost in their weeks. Clock of the earth, is it time for spinach?
forever oil. Y tú still come on as fierce now as spoon guitars and plastic mylar. Save this in me again as you go. We've got new plans, and we go. A tacón as hard as iron could be. Did you know me later as he who was too devoted and not what I dreamed? So joy blighted, he must be free. Devoted, a destined leap into farther orbit, or a plunge now into unforgiving earth, never rueing for an instant a bright, unanticipated, fateful day we met. And who would ever pour oil into a lamp that cannot be lit again, except for the oil that burns forever, scent of self, yet no evidence of body? The trunk of that tree of mourning torques into a head, the alligator rises from the deep to consume a Messiah, and we always knew that too would come.
This is a chapter called Black Sun. Friday, June 4th, just past noon. The smoke drifting over the highway at the tipping point of spring into summer reminds Citlali of birds. Like that one time she saw a swirl of starlings as she stood on the edge of a cornfield somewhere. Where? Imagine this, the secret logic of a flock of birds in flight, swooping, swerving according to their own inner time signature. Somewhere, someone with the right knowledge must have traced its architecture, plotted it carefully, unwound its inner springs to reveal the mechanism, the rhythm, the organization. It couldn't be random, she had thought at the time. Eyes trained to the aerial zigzagging of thousands of starlings, a protoplasm of birds swelling and contracting in a single body like an ever-changing Rorschach blot, like pointillistic thumbprints smudging the sky. A murmuration. That was the name for it. Mentioned in an NPR feature she heard years later about a massive cloud of birds that appeared before sunset in Denmark during spring. A seasonal sky dance halfway across the world. Was there a leader or a navigator? Lali had wondered. A conductor who indicated which direction to take. Or were they all followers of one another or something else, attuned somehow to what each other individual was thinking and feeling? Scale-free correlation. The scientists on the radio said at first they thought murmurating starlings were like flying avalanches, with each bird a snow particle poised, tippy toes at criticality, capable of shifting speeds as a single body. But now the scientists, particle physicists, knew that starlings were more flying magnets than avalanches, simultaneously shifting not only speed but position. They were electrons, they said, pulled into synchronous orbits under the spell of magnetization. As one bird veered right, it signaled 7 of its neighbors to do the same, who signaled to 7 more and 7 more, a lightning game of telephone without static or degradation. Low signal-to-noise ratio. It was an anti-predator tactic, sparked by the peripheral approach of a falcon or hawk, the starlings banding together to form a collective more powerful than any individual could be. But how did that first bird trigger the movement of the whole, if each member of the flock was busy responding to every other member? Was there a first bird to speak of? How did it shift all at once? How did it burst spontaneously into total transformation, as if from nowhere or nothing? Somewhere, someone knew the principle of organization, but not me. I don't have the language to say how it works. I can only watch and marvel. That is what she thought then, watching starlings swoop and pulse as one body as she stood outside a gas station half a lifetime ago on the edge of a field at the center of the continent. Not the dazzle of synchronized starlings this time, just regular grackles headed north with an urgency, fleeing something. Lali's distracted, driving to the credit union on a lunch errand, trying to gun it so she can be back at the Centro office for a 1 p.m. conference call with the youth climate funders. So it doesn't occur to her what they might be fleeing until she turns on the radio, NPR again. She hears the report like a premonition before she sees it for herself. Uncanny, the heavy cloud of black smoke blowing over the highway from the southwest, from somewhere near the river. An explosion at the old refinery, says the radio.
There's been a lot of loss this year, and I dedicate this next poem to anyone who has lost anything or any person this year. When our loved ones leave us, they do not leave. This is what I keep learning after my dad left his body just over 5 years ago. They keep teaching us. And this is after my grandmother, who I was very close to, left her body more than 10 years ago. And she is still teaching me. One of my favorite people in the world, Naomi Nye, has a poem that says, "People do not pass away. They die, and then they stay." And those words have helped me a lot. This poem is a prayer about my journey into those lessons, and those lessons coincide with getting to know the Virgin Mary and writing a lot about her and the goddesses that she is connected to. And this poem is a walk through a church in Florence that I was so fortunate to be able to see, and also deals with the question of blindness as a fatal disease. For my eyes, that is. Transitioning. Both of my macula degenerate. This disease leads to blindness with no cure. While I still see, I am looking for you. I cannot name the intersections I've passed, what route led me to this Florentine train station in front of the marble striped facade of your chapel, past heavy doors pried open like a sacred text to true supplicants for prayer, and paying tourists in a single line, some of us in shorts, at the Santa Maria Novella. Scenes of your life, frescoes I'd studied once, stacked like boxes 3 stories high, comic strip virgin tales. Here on top, your deathbed and Assumption, a grief-stricken lunette. Only God or an upside-down painter could fully see. Here, lower to the ground, your nativity, your mother's bedding, a blue tapestry laced with gold just steps away from the sidewalk, wind, rain, sobbing faces here bathed in years of candle soot. Dim, moist walls have become your second skin, etched off like small scabs by a team of white conservators. No flash photography here to destroy the original site. We tip our heads to the technicolor heights of your Renaissance, Ghirlandaio's feast of tempera colors, lace, belly, sky, temple. I know I'm not holy enough to be here or measure up. Self-control, my teachers and an ex once said, I need to work on this, and only saw you as an ornament until recently. Strung to a rearview mirror, facing us on the bus, driving down Benito Juarez from Guadalupe to buy shoes. Or stamped to a glass kitchen candles, ensconced in a million medallions, necklaces, and earrings, all in self-control, in prayer, despite your gasping, while you watched the priest tell me I could be a Charlie's Angel one day when I grow up. Me so close to his face at my first confession, on his knee. No, I never sent my son to Mass. Only baptism, so I could watch the water collected around him and differentiate water from tears. I want to know why painters made their shrines and windows sing hail to you, so I may pinch the cheek of the darkness one day.
This next poem is called Letters. And I think the subject matter is connected to the first two poems that I read, the two poems for the students. It's okay to dip your bread in milk. Make it soft for your toothless gums as you listen for the mailman to bring a handful of news from the sun you haven't seen in more than a year. See how the afternoon sits on a bench and looks at your sleepless house. Hundreds of miles away, the Rio Grande overflows and doesn't care if you live or die. So make tortillas, or give yourself to decay. Throw yourself into the knife, longing that cuts the minutes into tiny eternities. The next time you thirst, drink his whispers.
Brianna Psalm. I am so sorry that they neglect to chant of your exquisiteness, place you on as lofty a pedestal as male martyrs. They overlook your pouty lips and voluptuousness. I am so sorry that you were taken from us. No one came to your rescue like you did for so many others. You are a shiro, a strength sung from a now silenced throat, a blues note now boiling up from a furious society of sisterhood that now demands your justice. We cry out with your blood. The soil weeps with us. Your brown skin was baked in love. You were too buttery rich for their understanding. You befuddled them blind with your bold blackness. They woke you from your dreams with this nightmare of American death. Like a retrospective noose on the necks of all of us. The ancestors shook you loose from your skin. The 8 bullets called a vicious cadence touched your sacred temple, trembling, tossing to a still hardened still. But you are propelling a movement. God, give us mercy and grace to march on this heavily trodden path to speak of your glory. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overtake the tides trying to tumultuously turn against us. We are tempest tossed, but hope is not, nor will it ever be, lost. Our faith is stored up in the softness of your eyes, closed now, yet compelling our hearts to beat, pound, push, parade, proceed, pray, and intercede for a sovereign God to pronounce judgment upon our adversaries. For us to watch the fall of Babylon and all of its systems and its one thick tongue of hate. May it be decimated. May the earth quake with its Jericho tumbling. We will wash our feet in the rubble and dance a ceremony of praise because we have passed over into our promise. Our weary bones will rest in green pastures, and we will peaceably study war no more. No more.
Hello there, everybody. I'm Amanda Flores, and it is National Poetry Month. And so in order to honor National Poetry Month, I'd like to share a little poem with you. Throughout my years as a poet or writer, I've often had to find many things to be inspired by, and sometimes that means looking to other writers and even musicians. So do we have any Bob Dylan fans in the house? I'm sure somebody out there in Cyberland is raising their hand. He knows what I'm talking about. Excellent. So this is called Subterranean Homesick Remix in the style of Bob Dylan. Get well, be swell, pray for all the shoes in hell. Use pepper, watch your salt, learn some verse from Bob and Walt. Learn to sing, ditch the ring, gonna have to walk a mile. Hold down on the perfume just until you get foul. Face it, squirrel, you're just born yesterday. Face it, squirrel, you're just boring. Face it, squirrel, you're just born for your smile. Twist that tongue, no missing beats. Twist that tongue, no missing beats, or else you hear the screams go mild. Screams go mild. Write hard, don't erase. Write stuff in the mud when you land there on your face. Tell that hair to go to hell. There's a new runner in the race. Tell them all to go to hell. There's a new runner in the race. Wear your glasses in the sun. Learn to feel the pain as fun. Get well, palms for tail. Get well, psalms for sale. Hallmark hit the weatherman to tell which way the wind blows. Rub elbows at the table, keep your horses in the stable, drink your beer, don't overhear, hold your veggies by the ear. With more time, they'll disappear. Shoot Cupid weekly brunch, eat all his remains for lunch. Learn to play Pokemon, learn your scales, write a song. Learn your scales, write a song. Man, your squirrel friend is one fine rodent. Don't you wish your squirrel friend was fun like me? Don't you wish your squirrel friend was hot like my microwave sometimes is? Damn, all these beautiful squirrels. I wish that I had Jessie's squirrel, but she's my best friend's squirrel. She's watching him with those eyes. I want her to be my squirrel, my squirrel, my squirrel. Maybe I've got to kiss the squirrel. No, take it slow with this squirrel. Squirrel, I think we better take a step back. Better yet, 2 steps, cause all my reverse cow squirrels live in Texas with my microwave. Nuke my neurotransmitters, ride the heat, wave at your mom, tie your bow, ring the bell, take your bow, get your dog, get some Windex for the fog, ammonia for all the frogs, red leather, kill a fellow, red leather, kill a fellow, practice plosives in your pillow, practice plosives in your pillow, goose feathers, salmonella, strawberry, chocolate, lactose intolerant, that squirrel is poison, and I I'm a material squirrel who just wants to have fun. But he's got a squirrel friend now. He kissed a squirrel and he liked it. He kissed a squirrel and told me he liked it. Said I was plastic. Said I was plastic. I said, I told you I'm a Barbie squirrel. Said I told you I'm a Barbie squirrel. What ice cream I like swirl, not chocolate. Because as it applies in most cases, you don't have to be rich to be my squirrel. I wish they all could be California squirrels instead of hurricanes and earthquakes. Squirrels are the modern day natural disaster, and you can wear them with brown or black before, on, or after Labor Day. At least from here and on, south from hither, but not if she's an uptown squirrel, forget it. Not if she's an uptown squirrel, forget it. I can't find a way to describe this squirrel without being disrespectful. The kind you can't take home to mother. That squirrel is poison, undercooked. Hollaback squirrels get overlooked. That's why I ain't one. Hollaback squirrels get overlooked. Squirrels, squirrels, squirrels. Squirrels, squirrels, squirrels. Can't go wrong with college squirrels. What a squirrel wants, what a squirrel needs. Open the page, open the cage. Squirrels out for summer. Squirrel thought she got away. Squirrel thought she had to say, squirrel just born yesterday. The sun is out, she's still rainy day. Not a squirrel, not yet a woman sighed. Sweep the sad, adjust a curl. Don't blame the weather, you're breaking the squirrel. The sun is out, don't blame the weather. She aches just like a woman, but she breaks just like a little squirrel. I'm Amanda Flores, and I approve this message.
This one is for the kids. It's called Narrative Alignment. I'm interested in building something for after the apocalypse. What then? This just gonna hit the fan, it has to. Balance out. Find our way through the jungle. The dinosaurs ruled for 130 million years and got knocked out by a meteorite, had to rebuild. Every kid who ever built a sandcastle on the beach knocked it down. Here we are, it's 11:45. Do you know where your kids are? Stumbling out over the railroad tracks, probably to get drunk in the cornfield, probably. The kids always got to mess it up, throw a screw in the works, modify a gene or two, reinform the elders, cast a new light, build a Maserati out of Legos. I'm interested in building something new now for the kids to use, for after the apocalypse. When things calm down, and those that remain think, what should we try now? Maybe cooperation and trust, mutual defense, common goals, nurture and protect, call and response, clear and sweet attention to one another, inner vision, to hear everything. And what if that were the wealth of the world? What kind of a world would that be? Yeah, right, and that's why I can see you think I'm crazy, but it can't be that way. Yeah, right, and that's why we have to have a politics, apocalypse, conflicts, estrangement, derangement, the hustle, the bustle, the two-party system, red and blue. Hey, maybe we need more parties, I don't know. Let the kids figure it out. They got the mojo.
Songbird. Mom breathes softly, her breastbone wired, locked, heart a bruise. The monitors hum as they measure her life in beats, in strums. Gentle drums tell the nurse to monitor her blood beat, the pressure, each shallow breath, each gasp. Mom holds a pillow to her chest as she dreams, wakes often, confused, eyes dart after me. I haven't moved. The drip drip of the IV has me hypnotized. Steady peaks on the monitor say she is alive. My mother dreams she is in an open field, somewhere in Dehanis, Texas. I think of my father with that old woman who met him in the meadow, motioned for him to be still when he coded, when his own chest lay open. She was beautiful, the color of wisdom and earth, dressed in antebellum hues, her voice a songbird, deep rhythm of blues. Her singing gave rise to the winds below my father's angels, keeping him in flight, returning him to the surgeons. He later recalled that she was a long-forgotten history of family lore from Nacimiento, Mexico, Nacimiento de los Negros, a place of freedom and hope where mothers protected the memory of the escaped in the beats of rhythm and in their hearts, in the pulses of their veins, peace and prayers sung in the agony of their throats. That woman with deep melody in her voice, hands pressed against her chest. She is God. My father, long since passed, stands at her side. They are both with my mother now, as she dreams in that open field. They sing that song of universe, of spirit, of survival. My mother wakes.
I go to sleep, missing the rhythm of my mom's rolling pin. I go to sleep, knowing I could easily become El Catrín. I go to sleep, acknowledging I possess a restless cabeza. I go to sleep, adding to my to-do list a cold cerveza. I go to sleep, giving my pillow one last squeeze. I go to sleep, fearing the pipes will freeze. I go to sleep, forgetting to turn off my gooseneck lamp. I go to sleep, waking up a state poetry champ. I go to sleep, announcing the title of my new book, Stench. I go to sleep, congratulating myself for using a crescent wrench. I go to sleep picturing my father as a street photographer. I go to sleep brainstorming ideas for my website. I go to sleep learning about kryptonite. I go to sleep ticking like an antique metronome. I go to sleep praising nifty 50 cars with lots of chrome. I go to sleep pitying the poor donkey turning the wheel to turn cane into sugar. I go to sleep confessing I was fascinated by the semi-automatic German Luger. I go to sleep worrying about the word default. I go to sleep tracing a picture of a catapult. I go to sleep thinking of the crucified Christ statue floating without a cross in El Rio Bravo. I go to sleep finding an obituary of the 1960s Berkeley campus protester Mario Savio. I go to sleep planting a field of maize in our backyard. I go to sleep pretending I'm a reclusive lexicographer. I go to sleep realizing I never did meet a girl named Jimena. I go to sleep seeing my mother praying to La Virgen Morena. I go to sleep listening to Jackie Wilson sing Lonely Teardrops. I go to sleep dragging a 12-foot sack of cotton, the king of Texas crops. I go to sleep poling a brightly colored boat in Xochimilco. I go to sleep humming Tony de la Rosa's Tacuachito Polka a Totenilco. I go to sleep bleeping like the Russian satellite Sputnik. I go to sleep witnessing a fistfight over the word spick. I go to sleep whispering paraíso. I go to sleep savoring my father's spicy guiso.
Good evening, once again. Good afternoon, good evening. For the last several times I've been here, I've opened with this, and I actually like to open with this poem at a lot of readings that I do. It's sort of adopted itself as my sort of incantation poem, and the poem is called Relic. This lost canción, an ancient song, is what I long to give you. Heart thumping, aorta pumping blood to my muscles and veins. This love I see is not the same. This breath, this whisper, like desert plants in barren winter buried in sand, gravel, and stone. I do not feel alone against the autumn of your heart, your exhausted corazón. I cannot help but want to heal, charm, embrace every trace, every curve, every tissue against sinew and bone. Poet man with weathered hands, I give you this relic, this dusty stone, this lost, forgotten, ancient poem.
This next poem is something new that I've been working on. It's something that I've put together after some time of considering what my color is. I grew up thinking that I was brown, and after a few trips to the hardware store looking at paint swatches, maybe I'm not. Pantone 7514C. I'm comfortable with the choices to fill in and the forms I have to fill out. I got an app to tell me what color I am. I'm tired of answering other. Though other feels most accurate, other is all I've ever been. I can't be in the mainstream because I have families on both sides of the river. Ni white, ni black, ni de aquí, ni de allá, ni güero, ni plantero. No sé quién soy hoy. Tomorrow I'll know who I am. Then today is a shade lighter than yesterday. I no longer work outside. I lose color the more I study. We are chameleon people, changing color to match those whom we associate. All this time I thought I was brown or beige, maybe taupe. Like the botas I had in high school in Mexico, they were called color de hueso, and I wonder what color are my bones? Do they change like my skin depending on the situation or the season, or if I'm working outside or inside? Does the strength come from their color, or does the color come from their strength? I cannot ask, why am I so brown? I worry, am I brown enough? Maybe I'm white passing until my tongue fails me. I brought home paint swatches from the hardware store. I couldn't find the right coat to match the skin that I've been wearing. I got an app to tell me what color I am. It said tumbleweed from the orange family. Orange, the color of fake tan. Benjamin Moore said San Carlos tan, 206 red, 161 green, 137 blue. My complexion reduced to numbers that don't seem to add up. My finish, anything but flat. Semi-gloss sounds like an appropriate attitude when you're walking on eggshell. I spent so much time trying to be a chameleon. I should have considered that I'm more of a chimera. Compartes from here, los demás from over there. I got an app to tell me what color I am. I can't trust the filter in my own brown eyes, or whatever color yours are.
This next poem is called 1,000 Years, because sometimes it feels like it's going to take 1,000 years before things change enough to where it's kind to human beings. Some people are really rough about criticizing other human beings, stereotyping them, making them feel bad for who they are. And it hits all of us, especially when we're going through school and we're younger. When we get older, our skin gets a little thicker, so what they say to us bounces right back. But sometimes when you're very young, what they say to us seems to kind of pierce and hurt. And people can be very hurtful. I remember going through school, and there were so many stereotypes and so many ways of forcing people to feel bad about themselves. I was usually the shortest one in class, and that felt really bad because I was always the last one picked for baseball teams and especially for basketball teams. You know, when the two captains got to pick their teams off, and, you know, me and the other shorty in the class were the very last ones that ever got called on. Some people feel bad because other folks tease them about being too tall. Some feel bad because they think they're too skinny or too fat. And sometimes people use color and race as a way to generalize and give more value or less value to somebody when that's really stupid. This poem is from a young girl who's been made to feel bad because they say she's too dark. And it's her voice, it's written in her voice and her abuelita, her grandma's voice, because the abuelita is a voice of strength and wisdom and that has survived so many of these tough things. And she discovers something. There's a third voice in here, and it's the voice of her cousin, and it may be a little bit of a surprise to you. So, the poem, 1,000 Years. Mama says I'm too fat. Tia says I'm too skinny. My brother says my hair's too bushy, while I think my hair's too straight. At school, I feel I'm too short. But around my cousin Lupe, I feel like a tall, gawky giant. Lupe's skin is like pale peaches, and the tips of her hair have gold streaks. But my skin's so dark, the tough girls at school call me La Prieta. And Sammy from next door just laughs and says he can't see me at midnight. Grandma catches me staring at Lupe's skin, and she can tell what I'm thinking. Grandma, why can't I have skin like pale peaches? I ask her later when we're alone in the kitchen and only the cake on the table can hear us. Pues, then who would have skin like dark chocolate? And who would want to live in a world with no chocolate? I'm still frowning as she begins to frost the cake, rainbow sprinkles over chocolate fudge. But Grandma, the girls with dark chocolate faces are never on the magazine covers or starring in the movies, I pout. Pues, well, they should be, she insists. Grandma, why can't I just be tall and slim and skin like pale peaches and hair with gold tips? And teachers would smile at me that special way when they think you're so cute and so smart just because of the way you look outside your skin. Later that day, after the dishes had been cleared from the table and the birthday cake all eaten down to just crumbs, a smidge of the chocolate fudge still on the side, with one sliver of white peach from the filling that didn't make it onto the serving spoon, I hear Lupe, my cousin, complaining to Grandma. I hate my skin, she says. Kids at school call me La Güera and La Gringa, and I don't look anything like the Virgen de Guadalupe for whom I was named. She's a beautiful cinnamon chocolate, and I'm like those white peaches that have no color and are just too pale. Pues, says Grandma, who wants to live in a world without sweet pale peaches? Besides, nothing can stop you from being who you want to be. You don't need to change your skin or your height or your shape. You just have to change the way your eyes see. I wonder, who made these rules up anyway? If someone from another planet checks in 1,000 years from now to study who our civilization was and what we were like, I'll leave them a letter inside the ruins that have my bones. It'll say, I was beautiful, so beautiful, of a beautiful color you purple people have never seen. Some of us were the color of fruits, and some the color of spices. Some of us were as tall as young trees, shooting, stretching as if to the sky, and some were short and round like pearls. Some were solid like walls, and some quivered in the wind like feathers. And then, magically, we could change our shapes from skinny to fat to middling, depending on who was looking at us. But we were all beautiful, and I was beautiful too. That's what I'll tell those Martians 1,000 years from now. Thank you, and remember, we're made unique like jewels. We're made different one from the other, and that's what makes humanity fun.
I'm enjoying myself here with you at Mega Corazón, and I'm so excited about just 7 years of goodness that I've been a part of every single Mega Corazón. So this next piece I'm going to do is entitled In an Effort to Translate Solitude, which I think during this season, I definitely wrote this poem during the pandemic, and it kind of captures a lot of how I've been feeling. When I told you my sheets are empty, did you think of blank paper or vacant covers? Place a pillow over these words to hide my language, if you wish. You will muffle the sound of whispers and belly-aching cries dried in ink. My heart feels like canceled trips and postponed plans. How can palpitations exist without wounds and wishes? I am hurting and harboring simultaneously these griefs in a wicker basket, and they are made of liquid. Your hands were never fashioned to be a cup or my comforter. When the leak reaches the dirt, more than just my expressions are muddied. More than just my expressions are muddied.
This poem is called How to Survive Being a Starving Artist. How to survive being a starving artist. Try not to think about how hungry you are. Remember that you would hate your life if you were doing this just for the money. Trust in God that your rent will get paid. Try not to let the onlookers see your disappointment when they walk away without buying anything. Don't cry. Don't think about when you were a kid at art shows with your dad, watching him mark down hours of his time to the price equivalent of the gas of tank it took to get there. Try not to think about how hungry you were then. Try not to fantasize about an alternate life in which you are head over heels passionate about accounting. Smile when people tell you that you are the voice of your generation, and let that smile be genuine and not full of resentment at the irony of the situation. Don't compare yourself to your peers who are all becoming lawyers and doctors or are all head over heels passionate about accounting. Remember, your art is saving lives in a different way. Remember how art saved your life. Remember that art is your life. Remember that life is an art. Try not to be too overwhelmed with fear and despair and hunger. Try not to think about how hungry you are. Try not to cry. Try not to be too hard on yourself. Remember why your dad used to do it, not because of the glamour, but because if he didn't, his life would lose purpose. Remember your purpose. Be grateful. You're one of those lucky people who found something you really love to do, something you're really good at. Remember that no one is ever really head over heels passionate about accounting. Remember why you do it. Remember that this is your cure for despair and fear. Let yourself feel overwhelmed. Let yourself cry. Lose yourself in your ability to pour all of that raw emotion into something and create something beautiful. Be hungry. Hungry for answers that this world has come up short on. Hungry for love and shared pain and beauty. Fill yourself up with color and texture and laughter and light and that feeling you get when you help someone else cope through your method of coping. Fill yourself up with hope, appreciation, understanding, and love of this world's mystery and beauty and amazing ability to inspire you. Fill yourself up with creativity until you're so full you might burst art out of your seams, a technicolor array of sound, sight, smell, touch, and taste. Taste the art. Let it satisfy you. Fill yourself up until you're so full. You forget all about how hungry you are. Thank you.
This next piece is actually something that I do quite a lot in my performances. I'm very fond of being present and being in the moment, and I find that improv is such a great way to tap into those emotions and tap into that moment. And as an audience, you get to reap all the benefits as well. So this poem is entitled Between the Lines. I wrote a couple of keywords for myself, and I'm just going to improvise a poem for you by just what I'm feeling now, and I hope you enjoy it. In between the lines. In between the lines, I find myself on fire. Smoke billowing from my brain. I find myself in a different place at all times, as if we were spiraling down the rabbit hole. Alice cannot save you. I am trying my best. The weight of the world seems to get lighter each and every day. I find myself facing my face, and there is no place to run. We are shape-shifting into a spaceship for each other, and eventually we can escape. I have found myself in the echoes of all the chambers that have been left behind. We dance on the notion of this. This is poetry happening in this moment, capturing thunder and lightning in a bottle. If only I could give you a message after that. How beautiful would that be if the clouds actually made shapes when we pointed at them, how beautiful it would be if we praised all the beautiful intricacies that happen in the moment, what a beautiful mandala effect that could be. And believe me, there are blank canvases in your mind. Keep going, keep fighting, keep searching for the art. Don't let anything stop you. Your limits are only set by the sands that have been marked by previous owners. You are a brand new person, and I feel it like silk on my skin. The balloons, they billow and they raise up to the sky. And how can I say more than the silence? You are beautiful, and even through all the violence, you will find your way. And this is a poem that I just wrote today. Thank you.
I want to take a moment to just send out a shout of thanks, a grito of gracias to San Antonio Area Foundation and to the NEA's Resilience Fund. Both organizations have been instrumental in sustaining Mega Corazón for all these years, one of the most extraordinary platforms for celebrating poetry, now by virtue of our streaming capacities worldwide. And without the help of NEA and San Antonio Area Foundation, this really couldn't have been possible. I wanted to end today with a poem that's very specifically about another figure I'd like to shout out to, and that is ex-mayor alcalde Phil Hardberger, and specifically for the great work that he did in support of the development of parks in San Antonio. And this is very specifically about the Hardberger Park, a park that I run almost every day. And it's called The Hardberger Pastoral for Phil Hardberger. Part 1. A red wasp wraps itself in swaths of ochre dust, a cloud of ancient breaths, scent of sarsaparilla's essence, not knowing where this goes or when it might end, if ever. The wasp is changed by the dust. The buck emanates its antlers that reach, mirroring one another toward the oldest part of the sky. Who knows how long it takes to fall into our most trusted dust? How long to allow something of us to take shape, perfect, unintended, reaching upward from dust to sky? Part 2. Between the twisted leaf yucca and a bright crimson bloom of Turk's caps, wild wisdom, fluttering her great wings, swoops down at once from above, overtaking your shadow with her talons. And you are sprinting in the body from 3 lives past, one that was cleft at the left scapula and still aches. The blades bite the rusted edge that untethered you from this fragile flesh. And this wildness we see now is implicit in a wilderness long gone, which you passed over like a cloud, preferring not to sleep, ascending instead into all that is and remains unremembered. Part 3. And if God should forget us entirely, we pray that La Tierra remembers everything like a viridian halo, like a promise around the slumbering city. Owl-eyed wisdom embraces us. Her gaze is fierce to spur awakening as we find our way along a path lined with dressed cedar trunks, past cactus and wild persimmon, and we wonder if anyone ever, anywhere, will rue how they called us tree huggers, as if that could ever be a bad thing in this world, the next, or for that matter, any other forevermore.
So this piece is called Human Condition. It was inspired by a rap song that I was writing with my friend Ronnie, and novelas, soap operas. Human Condition, let's go. I hit a glass ceiling of vulnerability. My tears turned to something more angry. Irritated by what I perceive as weakness, but pain is a necessity. Pain is a necessity. So I rip my heart off my saline-soaked sleeve, retrieve my stoic face, push my emotions into their proper place, breathe, proceed, emphasis on my needs, refusing to bend my knees, make a sacrifice on the altar for a better life, because sacrifice can be uncomfortable, like walking barefoot on gravel, leaving all your patience unraveled. But you can't afford to dabble in your misery. You gotta keep moving, you gotta keep moving. Travel dressed for battle, as if anvils were dropping from the sky, as if everyone spoke to you in lies, as if every day a new hope dies beside the bed in which you lay and cry. So yes, try to shove your emotions down deep inside, collide with each day as if nothing mattered but your pride. And maybe one day, the need for connection will subside. Maybe one day, the need for connection will subside. And maybe one day, you won't feel so human inside.
I've been writing poetry for probably since I was 8 or 10 years old. I remember the first poem I wrote was for my sister, describing her as cute as a spider or something like that. And then I didn't write for a long time, and then I was writing poetry, and then I wasn't, and now I'm writing a lot of poetry. My point is that it can be a lifelong endeavor. And you can learn about it at school, but more likely you'll learn about it by exploring yourself and your own expression and finding your own voice. So this is a poem I wrote recently while I was driving to the store, and it's called Thoughts While Driving to the Grocery Store. Just signal to each other like we give a tip of the hand at the intersection to let the other guy go. Or how we nod and blink when we see each other on the street. Sometimes just a signal to let them know we see them, that we're all right. Maybe just a word made without judgment. An approving nod, tilt of the head. An email saying, "Hi, how are you?" Anything, something to communicate, to create a bridge across the gap, the divide, the disillusionment, the disappointment. Whatever it is that holds us apart, whatever it is that keeps us from recognizing our oneness, whatever it is, maybe just a simple gesture, a message, a thought, an aspiration, maybe that would be enough.
Alonzo Ashley was tased at the Denver Zoo. Wendell Allen had weed, but he was unarmed too. LA cops claim Ezelfor provoked an attack, but witnesses saw him complying when they shot him in the back. He was only 25 when he died. I didn't know him, but I still cried. Eric Garner's last words were, "I can't breathe." The asthmatic dad of 6 died at 43, held in a chokehold by the NYPD, even though they banned that tactic back in 1993. Man, I heard LAPD was sadistic, but damn, Stephen Eugene Washington was autistic. These are black men who died. These are black men who died. These are black men who died. These are
shot Ramarley Graham. Amadou Diallo died with his wallet in his hand. Dante Parker was innocent. They had the wrong man, and the Trayvon Martin verdict I will never understand. Trayvon, you remind me of my youngest brother. Now you're resting in peace with all those others. Oscar Grant was killed on New Year's Day, handcuffed face down when they blew him away. They're still waiting for justice in the San Francisco Bay, but there will never be justice for Kimani Gray. Kimani, you were a boy, you weren't even a man. I swear I'll never fucking understand why. These are black men who died. 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 They were all unarmed, but they still died. They only found a cell phone on Kendrick McDade, left to die in the street without receiving first aid. Timothy Stansbury Jr.'s last breath was in terror, but NYPD admit it was their error. Michael Brown had his hands up in the air, but they still gunned him down. They didn't fucking care. Patrick Dorsman, Victor Steen, Irvin Jefferson, Sean Bell, James Brissett, Ronald Madison, Jordan Baker, John Crawford, Aaron Campbell, Osme Zongo, Sergeant Manuel August Jr. and Orlando Barlow. MLK and Malcolm X were standing at your side. I never met none of them, but I still cry, 'cause these are black men who died. 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 They were all unarmed, but they still died. These are black men who 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 died. I never met none of them, but I still cried.
This next poem I'm going to read is called Line and Metaphor, and it's a meditation on the poetic line and the metaphorical implications of that. Line and metaphor. How a line begins doesn't have to be understood by the senses. To follow a line means that you're often unsure of how to trace it back to the beginning. Your senses are composed of straight lines or jagged lines or barbed wire. A page limits how far a line travels. A page never limits how far a line travels. When someone points to the sky, I see the straight line that will take me straight to heaven. When someone points to the ground, I see the lines on my mother's forehead. I used to think of time as a straight line. Now, I sense it can turn into a triangle, or it can square itself into a box. A line of poetry can darken with invisible skies. A line without letters is poetic. I like lines without letters, making words, making poetry. Some will call it silence. A line is the breath of someone crossing a river. Sometimes two lines living in two different countries never intersect. Sometimes they do. If they do, not once do they stop ceasing to be lines trailing the trajectory of their lives. I'm not sure about this last claim, but for now, I am following this particular line of thought. Writing requires me to follow a line that differs from drawing or painting. I'm trying to hold the line that keeps all of me in one piece. I'm trying to erase the line that keeps all of me in one piece. If this were a poem, I would encourage you to add a line to it. Who's to say this line is not a poem? Sometimes when I begin to draw a line, the shadow it begins to cast is human. Sometimes when I begin to draw a human, I run out of lines. I've always liked drawing or watching someone draw the number sign to play tic-tac-toe. Once, instead of drawing two vertical lines crossed by two horizontal lines, I drew this. I lost that game. When I begin to draw a line, I know it will be a journey to an answer I never find. Someone will say, maybe drawing a line is a journey to a question. I think the above metaphor evokes a line as possibility. Remember, to begin a line doesn't always mean you'll find your way back home.
This is called Wreckage, and it's about the February ice storm, power outage, political idiocy. It's called Wreckage, a poem that did not start out to be political. This is what the storm and breakdown of February 2021 left us with. A deep appreciation for showers and the flushing of toilets. Depleted stock of candles, wax on the table. Collapsed cacti, sad to see. Whole continents of nopal, those great green hands which raised their questions to the sky, tumbled onto themselves, a strewn deck of cards, a 52 pickup of spiny loss. And our majestic agaves with spears turned yarrow, white yellow, and even the still green with wrinkles of stress on their once smooth spires. And phone calls and emails from friends and relatives concerned about how we were faring. Fury at the politics of energy and how they play out on lives. Wreckage and anger, wreckage and cleanup, wreckage and birdsong, almost saving us for spring. And after all of this, to say nothing of what wreckage left in the wake of 4 years, lying, storming, pandemic, loss, all to be cleaned away with masks, vaccines, and brooms, and shovels, and axes, and ballots, and memorials.
Hello, everyone. My name is Frances Santos. I'm a poet, teacher here in San Antonio, and it's wonderful to be returning to Mega Corazón for National Poetry Month, and the wonderful work done with URBAN-15. I've been teaching in the San Antonio School District for a very long time, been writing in San Antonio for a very long time, and as with most San Antonio poets, it's wonderful to be able to tell the stories of our city, the stories that we all know, the stories that make us laugh, that make us angry, that make us cry. These are all our stories, and they are valuable stories, and they're stories that need to be told. I encourage everyone to write down their stories. All of our stories need to be told. This is a story, a poem, that I wrote about my grandmother. We still have her house. My cousin still has her house over on Camarón Street. And when she and my mother would go shopping, they didn't go to Piggly Wiggly or H-E-B or Centenos. They a lot of times just went to the mercado downtown to buy the fresh fruits and vegetables. And so this is a poem that I wrote about the stories that I would hear of my mother and my grandmother going to the mercado to do their weekly shopping. Mercado. Today, Mama and I drive downtown, past pecan trees making whisper sounds. Take the dusty rose Cadillac, park far in the back of Calle Pecos La Trinidad, vaya al mercado. And en ese día estamos comprando. And the year is 1961, with wooden booths and stands carrying eggs and sweet pan, leche quemada and caramel flan. Other stands carry metates, molcajetes, and cast iron skillet pans. Mama would take out her thick cotton sack and move right along with her plan of attack. Onions, olive oil, salt, cilantro, potatoes, peppercorns, garlics, cominos. She'd haggle with Mr. Peña, the produce vendor. I'll give you $1 for all the ones bruised. And he'd look at her, half insulted, half amused. He'd tell her, Señora, claro que sí, you do me good business by taking these from me. And then they would wink at the inside joke, and I'd wonder what next my mama would provoke. Because next we buy fruit, some soft, some firm, the sweetest, most luscious she would discern. And like the anthropologist searching for sacred bones, like the geologist searching for lost stones, Mama would scavenge that wooden fruit stand until she found the perfect aguacate in her soft and strong hand. Eso, she'd say, but it's a little bruised. And then the fruit vendor, half insulted, half amused, would give a small break on already the cost. My mama counted every small victory not lost. And finally, for the top of that thick cotton sack, on to the dulces, the booths, toward the back. And Mama allowed me to pick sweets from the stand, so I chose some pineapple, some sweet potato, and ya bastante. She'd yell without shame, porque ya estás gorda, and your father's to blame. But I didn't worry, because at home I'd find that she'd snuck in some extra. She had it there all the time. And now our day is done at the market of the sun, driving home at 15 miles per hour in 1961, driving to our little house downtown, back toward pecan trees, making whisper sounds. Mama, me, and that thick cotton sack, us, low and slow, in a rose Cadillac.
I call this one, Don't Be Impatient. Transgressive drops of lust drip, 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 and form rivulets, a stream, a river, and there are not enough sandbags to hold back the scarlet flow. Shiny, silver, velvet, glowing motes of dust float above the now chartreuse sky and land occasionally near my reclining self and draw attention. Lavender aroma rekindles my desire to cease with my addictions, and I leave my bones, my nerves, my skin just long enough to project against the last wall standing my visions of a perfect world. Light reflected off the leaves of trees in the dying light of day. Corpses, crispy in the blank stares of children's eyes, protrude through backlit silhouettes, their portions of philosophical references, and fill the empty buckets, all in a line against a now blue sky. Reclining slowly, slowly against a dying palm, considering the 8 possible twists that fate could lend me, the most likely move is to go straight to the end of the line for as long as it takes and pay up front for that liquid gold. Beer, cold, rum, whiskey, tequila, and tacos.
Just want to give a very special shout out on behalf of all of the poets, and especially on behalf of the over 20,000 youth here in San Antonio with whom I have had the pleasure of working throughout the years with poetry workshops, poetry slams, poetry performances, and it's been such a great honor to have the support throughout all of these endeavors from the National Endowment for the Arts. Without contributions from you and support from you, none of this beautiful poetry stuff happening in San Antonio would be happening.
This poem is called Spit It on the Wind. And in the subtitle, it's described as a probing conversation between the 67-year-old widow and the 70-year-old plumber. He says he doesn't mind Mexican maids, brags how he found one to take care of his ailing widowed dad, likes his own open-mindedness when his dad fell in love and married her. Even though my 2 brothers threw a fit, I told them, well, do you want to take care of Dad? Unfortunate she got cancer later. I had to call her 2 daughters to come take her back to Mexico. Made other arrangements for Dad. He can't stand cornrows on the Spurs' biggest star. Never did like Kawhi, ugly cornrows. Why can't he just act normal? He shows me pictures of his 2 pink-cheeked sons, close crew cuts, bushy big Duck Dynasty beards, pride spread across his face, tells me I used to be a wild child, used to ride till I hit wisdom at 65, though I see wannabe motorcycles still gunning in his eyes. Guess he told me those stories to let me know he wouldn't mind someone Mexican taking care of him. Puts his arm around me, pleased with himself. My mind flashes real cornrows and bushy big beards, bossing plantations, too far back to know the generations. Jumps to horrified 14-year-old maid, madre de mi abuelita, screaming as el dueño rapes her. Drags in slow motion to a 13-year-old maid, my other grandma, crying, kicking, alma dying as the youngest brother of the household tears her clothes off. Jolts to a cornrowed child, whipped for being black, pink-cheeked beard bush in her face, so big it's out of control. Mighty white of you, but no, sir, not this Mexican. I remove the arm, close the door, delete the number, spit it on the wind to his 2 sons to gun that engine fast and take him back to where he came from.
Hello there, I'm Amanda Flores, and I would like to share a little something which I didn't think was quite a poem really initially, but it's National Poetry Month, and so I thought it would be fun to share nonetheless. Here is what I wrote when, have any of you ever tried to download your data from Google or from Apple? It'll give you everything. It'll give you your notes, it'll give you your emails, it'll give you all of your customer support phone calls, and you can just sort of save it in case the cloud ever fails you. But why would the cloud fail you? Anyways, when Google asked me why I wanted my data, here was my response. Creative writing. Logging of life, interactions, and because I stopped keeping a calendar 3 years ago. Don't tell my mom. Pinpointing life events, detailing daily experiences, travel, and adding accurate time marks to my activity and explorations are the primary reason. A secondary reason for my download is to spot any suspicious or unrecognized activity that may not have been me or initiated by me, and thus indicate or confirm one of my biggest fears, a fear I've suppressed far too long: identity theft and fraud. That's right. First reason, poetry. Second reason, identity theft and potential fraud. You probably think I sound crazy, and to that I say you might be onto something. And also, with the right vocal exercises and enough practice, you can sound any way you want.
Hello, I'm Ron Bays. Here I am in my office, and I'm honored to join the Mega Corazón event to celebrate poetry. And here's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's time to come together, people. All one tribe, all one people. Focusing on all the differences between people doesn't help people. The conservatives versus the liberals. Come on, people. That's just a battle zone. We have to fight it out because we're so different. Just come together, please, and work it out. Together, all one effort. The Russians or the Chinese or the migrant caravan. Who's our next enemy going to be? Decide now with this tragic news blip. We had to attack them so they wouldn't attack us. But now they're going to attack us for sure. And in more recent news, our bombs just got smarter, but we blew up the wrong target. All the different nationalities and races, all racing for the same destination, obliteration, all came from the same mother, same earth, same sacred birthplace, Africa. Same tribe, same family, brothers and sisters. I bring you together today for a short announcement. We are all members of the same family. Same genome, been roaming the halls for eons, back when we were hunter-gatherers till now. Same genome, our name tagged, encoded, targeted, written in letters, ATCP on the twisted ribbon of our genes. Adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine, and all the nucleotides of our deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA. All holding hands together and hanging out, telling the cells all about it and what to do and stuff. Turning on and off the specific functions. That's the instructions. That's our DNA, same today as it is every day, as it ever was. It's back in the day, before all this stuff. We're all different, but we're the same. Incredibly unique, but human. Like me, our design features are identical. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, the same mouth. We breathe and talk through both. We all wear clothes with different patterns. My ancient grandmother was your ancient grandmother. The stories of my crib were the stories of your crib, too. I think that might be true. If you're black or brown or a lighter shade of pale, there's no difference. It's so apparent. If you're red or blue, catch a clue. It's not about that hue. It's about time we came together, people. Everybody speaks from their own perspective. All together is the voice of humanity. It's the strength of our diversity. It's a distinction of our species. It's our garden of ideas. It's our open mic at the Mega Corazón. It's a forum of citizens. It's where we find our solutions. It's where our collective wisdom dwells. It's a place where we can talk and listen. And thank you for listening.
I just want to take the time to say thank you so much to the San Antonio Area Foundation and John Santikos for all of the support they've given these 7 years of the wonderful Mega Corazón online streaming and festival. It's become a staple in the poetry community that every year we look forward to, that's nestled in this beautiful season of National Poetry Month. And I just hope that all of you are having an amazing month celebrating words. It's been really great to be the Poet Laureate of San Antonio during this season and to help celebrate the literary arts in so many different creative ways. And even when you run out of things to say on your own page, when you can't find the words to write, you can always read and celebrate every poet that has come and laid the foundation for us. Be blessed, and thank you. This piece is entitled I Am the Remix. It's about my family and my love of music. I am the remix. I am the remix. I am the version of my ancestors alluded to in the original soul-stirring vocal track stemming from my DNA. My bloodline was mixed and mastered that way. The echoes of my parents panning left to right, transplanting from mono to stereo sounds put together. I am vinyl gripped from the catalog before being laid and flipped down on its side to begin the instant replay, cause it sounded so good, you had to run it back. Mama, I carry the reverb of every word you'd pray in your southern tone, like a Mahalia Jackson solo. I hijacked your smile, hid it underneath my cheeks, but I am big boned as Grandma Jewel on my daddy's side. Her pigment and posture poise over me, and I wear it like an album sleeve of pride. This artwork cover is glossy and fly. I've enclosed a bona fide discography. I hold my father's passion for music, and it's swirling into my ebony calligraphy. He went crate digging with Miss Elizabeth Laverne back in 1981. Love was so cool back then that it's sly, and the Family Stone slid its way into their soundtrack to produce me at the dawn of the millennial generation. So I flow, alternating hits from analog to digital drop. I am a sample ripped from my parents' masterpiece, chopped into audio clips from Roberta Flack to the last poets spoken in native tongue. Can you hear the hand stroke on the drum? I am so Afro blue, a part of you. I am the remix. I am the remix. I have become an anthem, a downloadable, edible melody. I am a whirlwind of womanhood, swirling and concealing a clandestine mystery. The matriarchs tasted a sampler of sound bites to create me, heavenly as manna in their mouth. But foreign tongues trip over the hip-hop cadence. They are lost in the loop of 8 tracks and downbeat rhythms, stumbling over the syncopation in my flow. I've been flipped over like a cassette. My hidden gems have yet to be discovered. My meter is still smooth and smothered in soul. Speed it up a hair, cross fade, then find a new instrumental. Mix me with it like a dope dance track being born on the turntables. I am the fables the ancestors orated and spoke of centuries ago. Timeless as golden oldies and Negro spirituals. They laced me with the beat of the bongo. Even the Bantu and the Shango know. So I was elevated through the ancestry. My genes swing and Lindy hop. Phonograph the ragtime in my spine. Crank up the bebop in my hips a notch. I am a jazzy lass with a splash of uncensored lyrics leaking from my lips. Every part of my anatomy is stamped explicit. I am the remix. Can you hear it? Hear me roar. From the ceiling to the floor, let the version pour out of your speakers, thumping and giving you something so fresh, so real. I'm a version of the original with mass appeal. I am the remix. I am the remix. I am the remix.
My next poem is called Early Morning, the Moon. And before I read the poem, I just want to thank the National Endowment for the Arts for making Mega Corazón possible again this year. And this poem speaks to, I think it speaks to what's happening today with migration and young people coming from other countries to try and make a better life in this country. And it's a very minimalistic poem, but I think it has that image of resilience and of someone looking and trying to find a dream. Early morning, the moon. Early morning, the moon on one side of the road, the sun on the other. I'm driving down a stretch of Texas highway. The barbed wire keeps the cows and coyotes in. Sometimes a rabbit or a wild hog escapes and it's crushed by an 18-wheeler. The splatter reddens asphalt. Not long ago, I saw a kid in jeans and a blue cap climb over the fence. I was driving fast, about 80 miles per hour, and through the rear view mirror, I saw him jump and land on his feet. He adjusted his cap, and with the moon on one side of the road and the sun on the other, he headed north.
For now, I'm going to put on my blue shirt, blue pants, blue belt, and blue socks, and blue shoes, because I really got the blues. Yeah, I got the blues, and I got my blue hat and tie. I panicked before I was even in trouble. Misery and misery, whining in the corner, breaking the cycle of making me join them. I, skipping along on my narrow chalk line, carrying all my belongings in a brown paper bag. I will not lag behind the speed bumps, for now, separate images of my derailed thoughts collide with each other, get entangled and turn blue, twisted together and frail. Turning around is not an option. No one to blame for that. At the end of this poem, I'm going to break the cycle. I'm almost there. Almost there.
Hello, I'm Amanda Flores, and in honor of National Poetry Month, I'd like to share this poem, which was written in response to a good friend of mine. His name is Wasabi. Yes, this time I am calling him out by name, but Wasabi went to a poetry slam and was inspired by the writers and poets that he saw sharing their work there, and he was so inspired that he began to write himself. And it wasn't but a week later that I saw that he had changed his occupation on Facebook to full-time poet. And I remember being taken aback and totally mind-boggled, flabbergasted, the audacity, the temerity, the unmitigated gall for him to declare himself a full-time poet when I here had been trying for nearly a decade to be a full-time poet myself. And so, of course, we're still good friends, and he is absolutely a writer now. I'm not sure if he's full-time, but this is what came out of that interaction, my playful diatribe to my friend Wasabi. A poem for all you full-time poets out there. I wish Facebook was hardcore enough to require some sort of confirmation for all of our alleged occupations. Surely you know full-time connotes 40 hours, because, well, poets are generally smart, and, well, you do it full-time. Man, full-time poet, how you have time for an 8-to-5 poet job and another job? I don't understand. The way you manipulate minutes, full-time poet, I'd say you were toe-waltzing the night, twisting clock knobs, the poet trying to fool time. It's as if you breed it, or else where do you find it? No full-time poet slaving over desks surrounded by broken graphite from all that damn pressure could have time to consider the time paradigm that she was writing with pencil in the first place makes smudgeable, erasable volumes enough. On the cover of Cosmo Poets and Writers or Readers Indigestion, see where you weigh in. You may not be a full-time poet if, check all that apply. If you only have one pen and cannot find it. If you have witty comebacks on layaway. If you only have one notebook and you're trying really hard not to get it dirty. If you de-wrinkle your clothes and blast Alanis just to preserve your irony board. If the only Walt you know is Disney. If you use your fingers to count haiku and are ashamed of it. Or if you refer to Shel Silverstein as a she, then it might be time to update that resume, full-time poet. Because it's straight up starting to look like you're on call, homie. On the weekends. What's up, poems? If someone says romantics and you say your favorite one was Romeo. If someone says romantics and you ask if they have any songs on the radio. If you think Dewey Decimal is a measurement of sound. If you think Dewey Decimal is code for a girl's period. If you think Random House is a karaoke song in the middle of the street. If you think Strunk and White are brother owners of a traveling circus. Or if you're sure Thesaurus is a prehistoric cousin of Littlefoot and Petrie. Hand over your license. Here's a guest poet badge. If you can't place a flippin' name from Algernon, Charlie, Ponyboy, or Atticus Finch, work from home poet. If you can cross a word you don't know and not look it up, shh, bad poet. No. If you think Ezra Pound has a vagina or that he is a type of cake, intern. If you can't see poetry in the scriptures, part-time. If you can't see poetry in Seinfeld, part-time. If you can't see poetry in science, part-time. If you only write what you know, well, it's your body, your choice. But if you think you know and thus write only truths, funny poet, broke poet. You want a second opinion? Man, I just gave you like 35. Here. An admonition for the road. Don't be spreading your rash decisions, or I will tell everyone what you spilled last Whiskey Wednesday. Between upheaves of car bomb curdles, I thought you were just being poetic when you said you had something to get off of your chest. You said that you only write when you feel like it. Inspiration-only writing is for two types of people, beginners and the constantly inspired. Hey! Full-time. Take some days. We just can't afford the overtime.
We at Mega Corazón are so grateful to our many donors. And I would like to especially give a shout out to the City of San Antonio's Department of Arts and Culture, who has been so enthusiastic and so supportive of a variety of arts within the city and has really believed in us and helped us share poetry with an international population reaching into far corners of where our human experience reaches. We're grateful, we thank you, and we urge other cities to be as courageous and compassionate as you have been with us. Thank you. Hombre de raza cósmica, you reached to touch my cheek so softly that lightning rebirths my world. Tus ojos de un color no patentado shine to this dreary planet vibrant vida, hot and strong as sunlight. Reinvigorate this soulless desert con manos llenos de valor, cariño and the curve of your back que tanto carga para tus queridos. I gulp down your dreams and feel them in the chubasco rapids of my veins. While sorrel mustangs dance their sinew across your chest, inside your arms, inside each breath that sings of sunrise, tierra, libertad. Mexican centuries dance like liquid mercury, surfacing across your skin, un desfile de raza cósmica. Sinvergüenza laughter, delicious, rippling, like endless cielos, celebrando en un baile de gitanos. Loose wind-blown curls on your head, mulatto pirates at high sea in unknown territories. Nose straight as a saber from some Finn or Nordic castaway on the Spanish coast. Color mestizo de tus cachetes, dorado plus blood passion, y tu corazón sin límites, no bounds and no reservations, puro indio. Hombre de palabra, clothed in eloquence, in thoughts and words so delicate I kiss the full flesh of their lips, suck on their tongue, draw you inside my drumming vientre into the very pulse of Genesis.
That was pretty amazing. Those 18 poets gave us a great gift. So, all the poets, the Mega Corazón crew, the URBAN-15 staff want to say thank you for visiting with us. We also want to thank the wonderful, brave people in so many places who fought to ensure that poets, artists, painters, musicians, composers, dancers, writers, and arts organizations shared in the relief, resilience, and recovery programs at the local, state, and federal levels. We are grateful to our friends and supporters who continue to participate by attending our online events and by making contributions that allow URBAN-15 to survive and to create for another day. A Mega Corazón thank you to all. Don't forget to vote for your favorite poet at the URBAN-15 website, urban15.org/livestream. Thank you. Good night.